சொல்லிட்டு போனார் சார்.
பிரேமனா இங்கே கேமராக்கு என்ன நம்பர் பண்ணுறேன்.
7.
ஆஃப் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா ஆன் மட்டும் நியூஸ் பார்க்கணும்.
சேர்ஸ் எடுத்து வந்துடுறீங்களா? செக் பண்ணி அவங்க முடிஞ்சு செக் பண்ணி
போடியமில் ஒரு மைக்
பண்ணவே இல்லை, அவர் எதுவுமே பண்ணல.
And tell the others who should be at the door here and who should be so when people come in, make them sit, and there are some students. The student coordinator who is there.
He's not here. So what we will do is we'll ask the students to
Submit.
So that the industry, so just advise your team by that.
once people are there inside, make sure you come out and give them space. Once there are no people, they will consider. Once people are there inside, make sure you come out and give them space.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Søren Kanning. I'm the head of trade and tourism affairs at the embassy in New Delhi. It's a great pleasure to be back here in Tamil Nadu and opening Denmark's country session here on the Tamil Nadu Global Investors Meet. India's and Tamil Nadu's economic development and increasing international importance is remarkable. Its green transformation is both impressive and ambitious, and is key to handling the progress in India's efforts to achieve its climate goals. Our skills support of the fair and just needs of the Indian people in key areas like energy and water. Today's country session will highlight these opportunities. In March last year, the Crown Prince couple visited Tamil Nadu with a large business delegation, and I'm happy to see that many of these companies are returning to Tamil Nadu's investors meet this year, many of them here at the dais. While the past years has seen a rapid expansion of ties, relations between India and Denmark go back a long way. This year, Denmark and India celebrate 75th anniversary of diplomatic ties. However, Denmark and Tamil Nadu trace their cooperation back to the 1620 with the establishment of the trading station at Tharangabadi, which was known as Trankapar at that time, about 200 kilometers where we are sitting today. Since then, Tamil Nadu has been a preferred investment destination when Danish companies are looking to expand their operations in India. Today, about 40 Danish companies have made significant investments in Tamil Nadu, and I'm confident that even more will come, and many of the ones that are here are signing MOUs to further their investments. Today, the partnership between Denmark and Tamil Nadu is very strong and steadily developing further towards a greener and brighter future. We must work together towards achieving the common goal of one Earth, one family, and one future. We must be ambitious, action-oriented, and inclusive in our efforts. I look forward to today's session. Thank you. Mika Angri. And now I would like to bring up Bente, who is head of DI, Danish Confederation of Danish Industry in India, to say a few words.
Thank you, Søren. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Danish delegation, I'm honored to welcome you all to this country session with the focus on green transition and sustainable development. As Søren said, I'm representing a Confederation of Danish Industry, which is the equivalent of CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. We are the largest Danish business delegation, and I'm privileged to represent a country that has fostered some of the companies that are spearheading the green transition, not just in our own country, nor in Europe, but actually globally. I'm also happy to say that Denmark and DI is firmly committed to continue and expand the strong collaboration with India, and especially states like Tamil Nadu. DI has actually been present in India since 2008 with an office in Mumbai, supporting the Danish companies that wants to do business in India. And because of the prosperous development in Tamil Nadu and the strong interest from Danish businesses to focus their activities in this part of India, DI in 2022 decided to open yet another office, and this one was in Chennai. Like India and the state of Tamil Nadu, Denmark has set ambitious goals when it comes to combating the climate crisis. And Denmark wants to reach net zero by 2050. Now, as a nation, we have actually been working on reduction of CO2 emission for decades. And since the 1990s, we have been able to reduce CO2 emission by more than 40%. Water management is another area where we have a long and strong tradition for improvement. And during the last 30 years, we have managed to cut down on water consumption by also almost 40%. When it comes to reduction of energy consumption, we have been able to create significant savings on this area as well. And this has happened actually. All these reductions has happened while we have been able to grow our economy as a nation by 60%. So we've been cutting down on consumption in all these areas while still being able to grow our country's economy. These results have only been made possible because we in Denmark have a large ecosystem of ambitious companies with a clear vision to provide state-of-the-art solutions and take responsibility for driving the green transition. Now, as a small nation, we know that our contribution to the global green transition will only have a true impact if we manage to collaborate with nations and stakeholders across the globe. And this is why an event like the Tamil Nadu Global Investors Meet is crucial, because we need these kind of sessions to engage and learn and share knowledge so that we can together and jointly leverage on each other's competences and benefit all companies as well as nations. So I encourage you all to take active part in this session and take advantage of the competences that are in the room. I wish you all a joyful and successful event.
Hello, hello. Am I audible? Can you make your... Oh, there it is. Perfect. Wonderful. Thank you for the intro to Søren and Bente, and welcome to every one of you. Nice to see that this room is as packed as the inaugural session room was just a little bit before. My name is Eske Rosenberg. I'm the Consul General of Denmark, normally based out of Bangalore, but a frequent flyer to Chennai, just to say the least. I'm very happy to be here today with all of you, but also all of you guys here in the panel. We have a pretty packed program for you all. We wanted you to get the most of everything, and we will try to do our best doing just that. So we have two short and precise panel sessions in a row, and then we have a small announcement to make, after which we will send out a press release. So that's the cliffhanger of sticking around with us. This, the first session. Peter, is it okay if the two of us does this with the chair so we can see each other? It's supposed to be an interactive panel session, and I will do my best to moderate it. The overarching theme of this country session is how to build a clean, resilient, and prosperous energy system. And maybe we should have studied up a little bit more on the taglines of the conference. Maybe we should have added inclusive as well. We heard that mentioned many times in the inaugural session, and we could justify. Maybe we can put that in under resilient and prosperous. So we thought about that a little bit. But in the first panel, we will focus on renewable energy, green fuels, as well as financing. And this fine panel here represents companies and persons who have many years of experience in those areas. And the way we will go about it is basically that I will start out by asking them a big question, namely, what are the biggest challenges that you see to secure a clean, resilient, and prosperous and inclusive energy system of the future, and what is it that your company does to solve it? And in doing so, I will also make a very brief introduction to them. It wouldn't be enough at all to go all the way back in the CV, so I also encourage you all to stick around and have a chat with them afterwards in order to get a little bit more to know about them. But if you're okay with the rules, then I'll get started. And basically, again, here I would like to start with you, Captain Prashant Wich, representing Maersk, Head of ESG, Public Diplomacy and Regulatory Affairs in South Asia, if I'm not completely wrong, but with many years of experience in the maritime sector. What does AP Møller Mærsk do? But first and foremost, which is the biggest challenge you see to secure this?
Thank you, SK. It's a privilege here to join this panel session. For us, as at AP Møller Mærsk, 2023 has been a big year in our green transition journey. We have had the first vessel, the Laura Mærsk, that is now in the water on green methanol. With the fact of creating, today the industry has more than 120 vessels on order, and there is a huge demand for green methanol. While we've done that, we also believe that we have, through a recent announcement, quintupled a 4x growth in the supply side of the green methanol production through a recent announcement. So we are on both sides of the value chain and continue to focus on that. Having said that, there are challenges, and quite a few of them. When we talk about that, the first and foremost challenge at this point in time that we are facing as an industry is the lack of supply of green methanol. And that is something which we need to focus and are working as part of the ecosystem stakeholder together with governments and organizations. And we will go further into that in the next stab, but I'll pause here and hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Prashant. And now we move on to a different sector, the enzymes sector. And you, Krishna Mohan, you've been working for Novozymes for more than 25 years, and you are both vice president and president of not only India, but also Africa. Yeah, many countries, a big portfolio of yours. What is the biggest challenge you see to secure a green transition, and what is it that Novozymes does to help solving it?
Thank you, SK, for the question. Novozymes is into industrial enzymes and microorganisms, and we play across multiple industries, be it in detergent, textiles, leather, and a lot of these industries are present that way in Tamil Nadu. Now, when we talk about fuels and energy transition, I think when we look at an ambition of India to a developed nation and a 35 trillion by 2047, a lot of India has to be built, and has to be built right, and has to be built in a sustainable manner. And herein lies the opportunity for getting the energy balance right. So moving from fossil fuel to the renewable ones in terms of green energy and green fuels is where we play. We see an opportunity. Now, we are as a company producing enzymes which help break down the first generation feedstocks. When we talk about first generation feedstocks, I would talk to rice, maize, or any carbohydrate source, which can then be, using technology like enzymes and a further downstream engineering technology, help manufacture or produce biofuels. That's the easy part of it, because rice in whatever form or maize in whatever form is pretty well structured, well understood in that sense. Now, what challenge we face within this is the governmental policy in terms of pricing mechanism, and also in terms of continuity of policies is very, very important. The second one is the availability of these raw materials. Now, there's always the challenge of food versus fuel. Now, these are food crops now, and they are also to be used in the fuel. So how do we get that balance right? How do we ensure that there is a continuity and the manufacturers have a visibility of the feedstocks availability, the cropping pattern, so that the future years things are very clear? The second part of the biofuels is the second generation, where you are producing biofuels from agricultural residue. Now, this is very, very exciting, very nascent, but also very, very challenging, because you do not have visibility of what kind of feedstocks are available. You can produce from rice straw, you can produce from just any agricultural residues out there, and each structure is very different. So the challenge here is understanding that matrix and mapping out the availability in the different parts. I would list these two as challenges.
Thanks a lot, Mohan. And now we move on to a different sector, the renewable sector, and Better. And Bhaskar, Managing Director of Better India, with, again, 25 years of experience also from Vestas and Ørsted, two big, proud Danish companies in this space. What do you see as the biggest challenge, and what is the kind of solutions that Better brings to the table?
Yeah, thank you, SK. Before moving on to the biggest challenges, I would like to give a brief overview of wind industry in India. In India, we have a huge potential for both onshore and offshore, including the repowering of the existing turbines, which are more than 20 years old. Till 2023 November, we have installed around 44.56 gigawatt in India, only wind, and out of which 10.2 is from Tamil Nadu, which is really commendable. However, we have a big target of installing 100 gigawatt by 2030. Of course, just to give a perspective, we have been installing, the maximum we have installed is 5 gigawatt in a year. So it's not going to be easy, but definitely it is possible with the proper planning and focus. On the other hand, we have a good news that the pricing for wind has increased from 2.6 to 3.4, which makes a very good business case for the investors. So now moving on to challenges, I would say one of the biggest challenges is that now the wind turbines are becoming larger over year, which means we need larger castings for the turbines. At present, over 60% of the castings that are being produced or installed in the turbines is imported from China. The challenge is that we have high expensive production costs. For instance, the raw material like pig iron is 35% expensive when compared to China, and lower product quality levels and lack of skilled labor for large castings. Of course, we have very good skilled labor for smaller castings, but when it comes to larger castings, it's a challenge at which we face in our production process. So how do we mitigate that? In better, we use our global technical expertise.
Renewable wind requires quite substantial investments, Peter, and you represent a company that brings in quite a bit of investment to the table. You have many years of experience from the banking sector and investment sector, and now you work with Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, one of the world's biggest, I don't know if you are the biggest, but at least one of the world's biggest green financiers. What do you see as the greatest challenges or challenge, and what is it that SIP does to try to solve some of these hurdles?
So I think you're right. In terms of an investment fund that's focused on greenfield renewable energy, we are the largest in the world with some distance. And I think what we do in India's in what we refer to as middle income, high growth markets, it's by far the largest for us. And what we come with is capital, right? We come with capital and we come with expertise from having done this all over the world and now also in India. But I think the biggest challenge, as I see it, is really something that ties into what this morning session said again and again, which is that India needs to sort of triple its economy over the next decade and a half or something like that, and by 2047 be a developed economy. There is no example, and I don't think anybody has any idea how to do it, whereby you can deliver that kind of economic growth without having a growth in the power supply that is about the same amount. Sort of the early phase is a little bit bigger, the later phase is a little bit smaller. But that relationship is very well established. And that means that the target of additional renewable energy is actually a requirement. It's not something that's a nice to have because it's the cheapest technology, so it has to be delivered. If that is not delivered, the growth will not happen. It's that simple. And I think from a practical perspective, the biggest challenge we see in deploying our capital is basically that the government policies at a granular level are too complex, they're too sequential. Implementation across various states varies to an extent that's very unhelpful for international capital. And having an investable framework, I think, that actually allows large-scale deployment of capital is something we find quite difficult. That's our biggest challenge here.
Thanks a lot, Peter. And now I'll turn to you, Amrit. We can share the microphone if you're okay with that. You basically the Senior Managing Director of FTI Consulting, but you also represent in this connection the India Hydrogen Alliance, and hence quite a few companies in that space as well. Thank you for being with us today. Please say a few words about yourself, and then what is it that the India Hydrogen Alliance does, or what you see as the biggest challenge, and what is it that you do to try to solve that sector that you're working within?
Thanks, SK. Yes, beyond my introduction, what's more important is the group of companies I represent through the India Hydrogen Alliance. So we have Reliance, Aramco, PP, Hero Future Energies, Torrent Power, Sumitomo, and a few others. But it's really a grouping of Indian and global companies that are committed to commercialization of hydrogen in India across the value chain. And that's why this panel and discussion is excellent, because we've got representatives from across the value chain. So thank you for putting a panel like this together. The group of companies I mentioned and the India Hydrogen Alliance hopefully can be a partner in some of these conversations about scaling up green hydrogen over the next couple of years. In terms of challenges, I think this is an informed panel and an audience. I'm sure you've heard a lot about green hydrogen. The challenge really is about commercializing it at scale, not at R&D phase, which has been done over the last 15 years in different parts of the country, but really at commercializing it in a manner that can be used for different use cases, industrial, transport, of course, but more industrial, because that's going to be where a lot of the offtake will be. The transport piece on green fuels is one of the most complex challenges to solve. And I'm glad Prashant started off to say, yes, we have already taken the step to solve the offtake piece, which is actually the biggest problem. So let me stop there, and we can come back to this back again.
Super. And I hope that somebody, maybe in particular you, Jesper, who is supposed to cover the next session, will also help me a little bit on timekeeping. Since we start a little bit later, I'll try not to rush things too much. But please also give me a sign at some point if I drag it out too much. I'd like to go into a small Q&A round here, and I would, in that connection, invite one or two lucky participants in the audience to also volunteer to help us with making this a bit interactive. I prepared quite a bit, but if you have a few questions that you think are really interesting for the entire group, then please come up on this side and I'll lend you the microphone for a bit. But Peter, if we start with you, I would like to ask you what fundamental principles that guides CIP's investments decisions, one, and two, when you look into India, where do you see the biggest potential on a short and maybe a little bit longer term?
So I think fundamentally, there's a lot of sort of factors that need to be in place: the ESG, the health and safety, all of that. We are at our core a green investor, so it needs to be green energy. Other than that, we are a return-driven investor. We are an investor that is seeking for the people who entrust us with their money, including those of us who work for CIP, to generate a good return on that. And this it's fundamental. If we cannot find that in India, then we will find that elsewhere. So the returns need to be there. That typically means that we need to de-risk the projects. There's a limit to what we can see in terms of risks that we take on as a developer, both financially but also operationally, and in terms of regulatory risk of substations being delayed and so forth. And then it's really about sort of at the end of the day, what kind of power prices can we achieve? What ancillary revenues from green certificates or something like that are available to us? And that's what we base our investment decision on. Sorry, was there a second part of your question?
When you look into India, where do you see the biggest potential as of right now on a short term and maybe a little bit longer term?
So I think in the short term, we are executing on a portfolio of about 4 gigawatts, which is onshore solar and wind. And we're looking to make that bigger. So our hope in the next 3 years is to commit about $1 billion to those projects and other projects. In the medium term, we do see hydrogen and derived fuels from hydrogen as a big opportunity. We're not sure whether India is really qualifying to become an exporter of hydrogen, given that it's got good resource, but not the very best resource. Land is scarce and it's an arid country. But just for domestic supply, there'll be a big opportunity. Offshore wind, we are one of the world's foremost offshore wind developers. We're looking at it. We're also seeing something that has not moved as quickly as we would have hoped for in the last 5 years, and fundamentally we don't really understand why India needs it, and we certainly don't know who's going to pay for it. So that's probably the challenge. Nearshore may be better. And then it's really sort of all of the above in terms of solar, wind, hybrid projects around the power, large scale. It can be both C&I customers, it can be government customers. We're doing all of that, and we're doing it in all of the states where it's relevant. We'd like to do more. Anybody who's got investable projects, come speak to me. I'd like to hear about them.
That's a nice call to action. Amrit, let me point back to you. We talked a little bit in the preparation here about how Peter would answer that question. And he touched upon green hydrogen, a sector that you are quite interested in. Can you maybe share a few insights on why is it that India is investment worthy when it comes to green hydrogen? What's the status of this sector and what's the future for it?
Okay, that's a tough one, so thanks for the putting me right in there. The fact is, India is ahead on its some of its commitment on the Paris Agreement, and we have political as well as industries who are focused on decarbonization, not from a good to have pathway, but it's really existential for us here in India. If you look at a lot of the large potential developers in India, all of them will decarbonize, and hydrogen is possibly the only smooth pathway to net zero. You could talk about electrification in the mix, but a lot of people try to think of electrification competing with hydrogen, and that's completely misplaced. Electrification strategies and green hydrogen really complement each other for a net zero pathway. So, and the reason you see, I mean, I'm talking to people who already know this, but why there is so much of an excitement about green hydrogen is, yes, it is expensive. Yes, it is difficult to do right now, today, because there's infrastructure involved to be built. But it's the only way that the industrial system can be decarbonized towards net zero. It's not going to be an easy transition. And India, as Peter's already said, has the scale, has the companies that are able to take a bet like this, an infrastructure bet, not just for the next 10 years, but even 20 years. Reliance, JSW Group, they have the wherewithal and the ability to raise the cash, the capital, to be able to pursue an expensive early stage technology transition.
Thanks a lot, Amrit. And in order to produce green hydrogen, at least one value stream starts with renewable energy, Bhaskar. And what is it that you do as a company, to basically help make renewable energy and wind in particular a better option when it comes to cost as well as sustainability?
Yeah, okay. Of course, we have a lot of action plans to make it more competitive and sustainable. First one among them is localizing the raw materials in an aggressive way so that we don't import from other countries. And we also do an end-to-end value chain optimization to reduce the throughput time and the cost at the same time. And also, as mentioned earlier, we use our global technical expertise to maximize the output yield when compared to our competitors or other foundries. We have a higher yield in terms of our output. And apart from that, we have a strong sustainability strategy, which we have in place even for our suppliers. We encourage and support them to be more sustainable in the way they operate, they transport, and so on. And we ourselves have a target of using 100% renewable energy by the year 2030, and also CO2 reduction by 50% by the end of year 2030. Actually, we are a little bit proud to say that we are the first or the only foundry in India to be awarded the platinum certification from Indian Green Building Council for the entire facility. Not only for the, normally we used to get for admin buildings, but our entire facility is platinum certified. So we do what we can definitely in our sustainability and being competitive. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mohan, pointing back to you or going back to you, and on the topic of how enzymes can help break down some of the barriers that relates to green fuel production. Basically, you, as far as I understand the technology, you come in at the, let's say, the supply side and not so much the demand side. So what is it that Novozymes basically offers here?
And a good question. So we bring in global expertise in terms of this technology. Now, when we look at the Indian biofuels, if you look at the first generation, let's say out of the 10 plants, 8 plants are using our technologies. Now, what do we bring onto the table? We bring on expertise in terms of product, in technology, technical service, and scaling up and innovating and increasing and enhancing yields. It's a fairly new technology, so year by year, then we work and improve along with the production systems. An increase in 0.1%, 0.2% would mean substantial. Now, the second generation one is fairly, as I spoke, fairly young, fairly new in terms of the whole space. Now, it is here that we are working again with engineering firms and technology providers to get the best out of it. So today, when we look at enzymes and the second generation, about 30% of the OPEX is from enzymes. Now, here is where we require support. Just like in green hydrogen, we require support from the government and the other stakeholders because we need this technology to come through, because this is an absolute essential. Outside this, we also have technologies in the East, which then helps in the fermentation process and the whole production of the fuel. So when we look at the entire value chain, we are looking at every piece and making sure that we get the best. We also go into the early part of the agriculture to ensure higher yields. So from agriculture to production to the final product, it's the entire value stream that Novozymes brings in expertise.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mohan. And Prashant, over to the demand side of things again. What kind of support do shipping companies like Maersk need from governments when setting up regulations and certifications, as well as driving investments to increase the uptake of green fuels and vessels?
Yeah, I think it's Maersk, but also the global shipping company that needs green fuels at speed, at scale, and at the right cost. And to be able to do that, we are working with governments and also organizations to make sure that we start with actually having the right regulatory environment and the right framework, the policies, as well as the standards defining green fuels. With that, we are also working with the International Maritime Organization towards working and constructing the market-based mechanisms to create a level playing field. I think that's going to be the key for us, and having discussed about the investments, the renewable energy part of it, the enzymes coming in, I think it's really the ecosystem approach and the collaboration that for us is going to be the key going forward. We've recently at the COP also together with organizations come and focused on coming out with a commitment towards asking organizations to have a end date to fossil fuel vessels, to also have a mechanism for promoting a level playing field, to looking at vessel pooling options. So these are really the key measures for us that we believe will drive the industry in the right direction towards the net zero targets that we are setting for ourselves.
Thank you very much. And we could continue for many hours, I assume, on this topic and with these knowledgeable people on the panel, but we are getting close to the end of the first of two panel sessions, sorry. But I also promised you that you could spend 10 seconds each to wrap it all up on one call to action. And Prashant, since you have the microphone, maybe you could start with yours, and then we can move to Peter, and then down this way.
Thank you. I think the 10-second ultra-short call is going to really be about collaboration across the ecosystem. That's the key. While we do that, at Maersk, we believe that a do-nothing approach on a climate crisis that's staring us in the eye is not a flat line, it's a down curve. And we need to be able to move forward together as an industry.
I think from our perspective, and specifically in an Indian context, I think the call to action is really about sort of alignment and long-term thinking when it comes to government regulation and policy. To move sort of the step from having very ambitious targets, but to have the underlying actions that actually support investors coming in to deliver on them.
In India, we have high ambitions for using renewable energy. But to start with, at least we should have a specific target for at least high energy-intensive companies to have to use renewable energy at a certain level. This can be done by regulating the policies and supporting the organizations with some incentives. And by doing this, we strongly believe that there will be a significant increase in the installed capacity of the renewable projects. Yeah, you talked about also level playing field, so that is very important.
From Novozymes' side, I would say that the call to action is a very forward-looking regulatory environment, a pricing mechanism, transparency in terms of the whole buying and the pricing of these products, and how it will actually scale up or scale down on this front. I think that will help the whole ecosystem to come, thrive, and also evolve.
Yeah, from the IH2A's perspective, the call to action for India is clearly about large-scale project development. And I think I would echo what others have said on the panel. You cannot take an incremental approach of project development as in the past in other sectors and other transitions, saying that's something that the private sector will do, industry will do on their own, because that's incremental. It may happen in 10, 15 years. I don't think we can afford that. And I will qualify that by talking about how the government can play an enabling role and industry leaders then play an enabling role as Maersk is doing, and hopefully JSW and others will do in the respective sectors. The government can pool demand of all the PSU-owned oil and gas, all the refineries, the steel plants, the fertilizer companies. That's captive demand to be created for green hydrogen overnight. But if you leave it for individual companies to develop their own green hydrogen strategies and procurement prices, that's going to take another 15 years. So the same thing that we're talking about government, I would urge the industry to take the same approach, and that's what we're trying to do. Hopefully that will help solve for the problem.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I appreciate your inputs very much. I hope you did the same. Can we just give them a round of applause? Thank you. And while you are being applauded, please can I ask you to come and stand in front of the screen. We have a small felicitation, and I should call up on stage Veera Raghavan. I hope I pronounced it relatively correct, and if I didn't, I am very, very sorry indeed. I'm sure you cannot pronounce my name completely correct either. And also a small internal twist between the government of Denmark and the Confederation of Danish Industries. Since I was not capable of getting any of you guys in the audience to ask any questions, please help the Confederation of Danish Industries to show that they can do a better job facilitating this in the next session and come up with a few questions for the next panel, please. And while we get these mementos, can I ask the next panelists to just stand ready over on this side so we can make a very quick and shift change of scenes. Thank you.
Working? Yes. Okay, so while we are getting ready for the second session here, I'll just quick introduce myself. I'm Jesper, also from the Confederation of Danish Industries. And as Bente mentioned, we have an office here in Chennai, which I'm heading. And I think we have an even better group of panelists here, because not only do we have some very distinguished companies representing in this session from Danfoss, Grundfos, Seabrain, we also have the non-profit organization from the Indo-Danish Chamber of Commerce, and also from the academic side with Dr. Nihil from the Energy Consortium. So we will stick to the same format as that was included in the first session and ask what you guys think are the biggest challenges. And I think we will start out with maybe from Usha, if you could start out from your side and give a short introduction maybe to yourself and your company.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Usha Subramaniam, and I represent Grundfos. We are the world's leading advanced pumping solutions company. And in this whole context of the discussion that we've been having, of course, I will speak a little bit into the topic that is at the center of everything to do with sustainability, and that is water. We are a water company, and water is one of those things which have a remarkable impact at many levels on many ways that you see when it comes to energy efficiency, sustainability, the whole discussion at large. But on a broader level, to answer your question, of course, the awareness of the importance of addressing water and the urgency of it is not quite known, because it is estimated that by the year 2030, demand for fresh water will exceed 40% of supply, meaning for every 100 cubic meters of water, there will not be enough to sustain the entire population that is on the planet. And that means that there is very urgent action, meaningful action needed already today. And what my company does, of course, is to work with some of these challenges, and the challenges are wide. So if you look at something very simple as water supply, leakages in water supply in the way that the water supply systems are set, causes roughly about 9 million cubic meters loss every single day. And to put it into context, that's enough water for 20 million people. And this is unseen, so the impact of something like this is not very present and very felt by everybody. So that's one challenge. And then the other challenge could be, wherever water is used in an application, so cooling systems, the air conditioning in the building that we are in today, and urbanization is tremendously on the rise. So, what kind of energy efficient systems do we have? For example, always there is high pressure that's set, that's how systems are designed. Whereas we try and work with something called demand-driven distribution, where it is, where we can, using insights and using data, we can regulate the pressure of water. So on a larger level, I would say challenges relating to the awareness of the importance or the urgency of addressing water, and of course the extent of how much technology can help the adoption of that would be two big ones.
Okay, thanks a lot, Usha, and I will hand it over to Anju, perhaps, yes. And again, Anju, what do you think is the main challenges from your side moving into a more clean, resilient, and prosperous energy system. If you could expound a little bit on that and also explain what is your organization doing to solve this.
Thank you so much, Jesper. So, in Tamil and English, there is a saying, well begun is half done. Nandraga ஆரம்பித்தது பாதி நன்றாக முடிந்தது மாதிரி. So, on that note, Danfoss has been operating in India right from the 1960s as a sales organization. And for the last 25 years, we have been manufacturing in India, especially Tamil Nadu. And the fact that we continue to invest and grow as a climate and energy major underlines the importance of sustainable solutions for India and the world's growth. So we are a climate and energy solutions major, focusing primarily on areas like food supply, infrastructure, urbanization, climate, energy, and many more other sectors. And if you ask me, one of the largest challenges which we see is actually the lack of awareness. So the simple example would be, it is estimated that India's energy demand will peak by 2045, and currently, as Usha said, the demand for air conditioning is going to increase 10x by 2030. And to meet India's carbon neutrality goal by 2070, or to meet Tamil Nadu's carbon neutrality agenda by 2045, swift action is required. And here, the lack of awareness is clearly a challenge, because of which the demand is low, because of which the cost is high, because of which skill and capacity building, though it is happening at various levels, it is not to the scale at which it is required. So which all kind of brings down to, and there is also a push for Make in India, which actually requires that we develop the right kind of ecosystem available so that companies can actually localize much more and make in India. So for the same, so on the whole, if we actually look at it, so it is an interlinked problem, right? From awareness to demand to cost to developing the ecosystem. And here, companies like Danfoss, what we are working on is creating the right kind of ecosystem through thought leadership and several other initiatives. For example, Danfoss is one of the very first companies in India to have a LEED Platinum constructed manufacturing campus, 50 acres of constructed manufacturing campus. It is also one of the first, it is one of the leading companies to have a LEED Zero Water certification. So this kind of touches upon the need for making use of the sustainable solutions available in the market today. So to give an example, currently, our campus in Nordborg became carbon neutral as on December 2022. And the same kind of solutions are available in the market in India as well today. And our campus in Chennai is about 90% carbon neutral as of now. And this was possible for us through a very, very simple mantra called reduce, reuse, and resource. Reduce the resource consumption, be it energy, be it water, reduce the consumption. The next one is reuse, wherever possible. Using solutions like waste heat recovery, we have actually been able to cut down our energy consumption while we are increasing our productivity. So decoupling energy and production, that's the second one. And last but not the least, resource. Use renewable sources of energy wherever possible, and in case you do not have the same, at least resource through power purchase agreements. So this is something which we have done. And to just add on, through simple solutions, through IoT-based digital solutions which are available, a simple example is our water consumption in our campus, which was around 120 kiloliters per person per day, we were able to bring it down to around 45 kiloliters per person per day through IoT-based monitoring and related solutions. And this, as well as new, we have a solar power plant in our campus, and then we found out the energy produced during Saturday and Sunday is going waste. And Soren was kind enough to come to our campus and inaugurate India's first privately held energy storage system, which now helps that we harness the power of the solar energy and use it for peak loads as well as night shifts. So, not to add on further, so a few simple solutions like this. All the solutions which India needs is ready and available at the moment. So it is up to us to kind of connect all the ecosystem and get action moving. And when I was seeing Mr. Nikhil, I just remembered another thing. So all stakeholders coming together, it is also important that industry and academia come together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. You talked briefly about digitizations, and I think that's a perfect bridge to hand over the mic to Niels, who is very much into digitization. So maybe Niels, you give a short introduction and an answer to what you see are the main challenges, and what is Seabrain doing to solve these?
Yes, so I represent Seabrain, which is a Danish GovTech company. And what we heard today is that I think that the technology is there in the world to do the green transition, the capital is also there to do the green transition, but what we need is probably legislation or policies that are being executed or implemented. So whenever we have 10 large-scale energy projects in the world, they all have the capital there, they all have the technology there, but 8 out of 10 are waiting to be permitted. So the challenge is that governments, they need to implement their policies. So in general, it takes up to 8 to 10 years to actually go through a fully permitting process of creating a new renewable project. And with technology, and we talk about also yesterday and today, bureaucracy. And I say bureaucracy is actually a good word, bureaucratic is a bad word. So we need to create the smart digital bureaucracy. And through digitalization, we can actually create workflows and public sector administrations that work smarter, and also thereby closing the time gap from a political decision is taken to it's executed in the market. So when we come from Denmark, it's number 1 in e-governance. India is number 102 when it comes to the global UN e-governance survey. So even though you have a lot of technologies, you have a lot of capital, you have a lot of software engineers, you still have a very analog and paper-based public sector. And I think that's where we can go in and learn from each other and share best practices on how we actually go and move from a paper-based to a digital administration. And that's what we do as a company in Denmark.
Thank you very much, Niels. So I think that concludes the 3 answers from the private sector. So we'll move on to Søren from the Indo-Danish Chamber of Commerce. Niels, what do you regard as the main challenges for India moving to a clean, resilient and prosperous energy system seen from your side?
Well, thank you, Jesper. And yes, I represent here as chairman Indo-Danish Chamber of Commerce. I'm privileged to have many of my member companies present here today, Danfoss, Grundfos, and Seabrain, and Better. And also from the Indian side, we have L&T and Tata that are 2 of the companies that are members of IDCC. I had a long tenure of working in India, and earlier in my career I was working as EU senior advisor to Energy Management Center, Ministry of Power, for 3 years. And at that time I identified one of the main barriers of being the way that India in the energy and water sector is giving away a lot of power and water for free. And it's obvious if you want to reduce the consumption of water and energy, it's very, very small incentive if the huge sectors such as agriculture and the rural sector is getting their energy and their water consumption without paying any cost. So it is a bold proposal in a year of election in India to suggest that the subsidies of the agricultural sector and the rural sector is removed. But in the EU, this transformation of bringing the subsidies from the agriculture sector on the input side to the supply side is really what has made a tremendous difference in providing incentives for energy efficiency and for water management, because 80% of the consumption of water today, fresh water, is used by agriculture in India for irrigation. And with the increase in demand that we hear is happening in the years ahead, if there is not made a transition of the subsidies in the agriculture and rural sector, this demand for water and for energy is just going to go to the sky. And therefore, there is a very, very big such possibility for promoting energy efficiency and water management in India if the free power and free water is transformed into a subsidy on the output of what is produced from the agricultural sector in India. So that's my bold proposition today, that there is a vision for transforming the subsidy sector or subsidies to the agricultural and rural sector into the supply side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Søren. And Dr. Nihil, if you could take the baton and the mic from Søren. We're very much interested to hear from the academic side, your perspective on the challenges you see, and what do you do to address it?
Thank you very much. So I am Nikhil Tambe. I industries which are currently working across sectors. These are oil and gas companies. These are companies working in hard-to-abate sectors such as steel, refineries, cement, as well as companies which are working on the digitalization side. So companies like Infosys, for example, are part of the mix who are working with us. And the idea is because all of these
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this time to thank the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum for organizing this panel on the investment opportunities in Tamil Nadu and discuss on the topic of paramount importance, the strengthening of economic ties between the US and India. In an evolving global economic landscape, collaboration between largest democracies is not just beneficial but is essential for the prosperity of both the nations and the world at large. Caterpillar has been engaged with India for a real long time. Right from the Bakranangal Dam to Atul Tunnel to the latest Parliament building. We have been engaged in all, our machines have been engaged in building of that, and we have also been engaged in giving power to some of these facilities. For example, our new Parliament building is powered by Caterpillar gensets. So Caterpillar is one of the first OEMs to make construction and mining equipments in India. We have invested close to over $1 billion in our manufacturing facilities, and we have also have a very large research and development center as well. A major portion of that is in Chennai. And our investments are majorly in the state of Tamil Nadu in terms of R&D and our manufacturing facilities. Some of the advantages of setting up our manufacturing facilities and R&D centers in Tamil Nadu has been the excellent support received from the state government, availability of a pool of talented workforce. We have, I think today morning it was mentioned, we have 150,000 or 150,000 engineers coming out every year. There's not many states where we get those many number of talented workforce coming out. And the ease of connectivity both in terms of air and road and also ports, right? When we are manufacturing out of Tamil Nadu, we expect access to ports. We have pretty good port setup as well, availability here, and uninterrupted water and power supply. That's the other main reason why we have set up our centers here. Caterpillar is pleased to have a significant footprint in the state. We have a plant that's there in Thiruvallur where we manufacture machines. We manufacture large mining trucks. We manufacture excavators, backhoe loaders out of our plant there. We also have another plant that's based in Hosur where we manufacture engines. And as I mentioned, I have a large center for research and development out of Chennai. And we are also one of the largest exporters out of Tamil Nadu, which many people may not know. Many companies, they manufacture in India for India needs. We have been a large exporter out of India. We have been exporting our machines and engines out of India, and we are also a large taxpayer. We use the Chennai port for our export and also a few other ports as well. And we have a five-star export house with the authorized economic operator, Tier 2 status. Because of the kind of export we make. We appreciate the Tamil Nadu government for the support that they have provided and the responsive nature and also the guidance Tamil Nadu for their support. As we embark on discussing about the opportunities in Tamil Nadu and the role of technology, it is imperative to state that strengthening of our nation's economic ties open a gateway to a lot of opportunities for business entrepreneurs and investors of both sides. It is of utmost importance that we follow and unlock these opportunities and we develop growth and innovation opportunities as well. These collaborative efforts have the potential to alter the international economic landscape, setting up new standards of international trade. As we focus on investment flows in the region, it is critical to understand that the complementaries of both economies allow a diverse exchange of goods and service leading to improved economic activity. In addition to technology and the joint infrastructure projects, they also offer another avenue of strengthening economic ties by investing and in shared initiatives such as transportation networks, digital interfaces. We can enhance connectivity and facilitate the seamless flow of goods and services. To summarize, The strengthening of US-India bilateral relationships, particularly in the areas of technology collaboration and trade, can have significant implications for the private sector in both countries. Examples of these include increased market access, enhanced technology transfer, joint ventures and collaborations, and investment opportunities and access to skilled talent. The relationship is important for this partnership and cannot be overstated. I would like to take this opportunity to thank US ISPF for the opportunity that was provided, and I'm sure that both countries are going to gain, and more gain is going to be for Tamil Nadu for the kind of offer that they are making. Right? So thank you.
Thank you, Bhuvan. Let me now invite our panelists to join us on stage. US Consul General of Chennai, Christopher Hodges. Kuntal Kumar Verma, Chief Manufacturing Officer, First Solar. And Kami Vishwanathan, President for Middle East, Africa, India Subcontinent, and Africa. Hello. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for this power-packed panel that we have of business leaders. I thought we could start first with Chris, with you, to get your perspectives of really on the larger US-India relationship and how you see the sentiment as we get into a new year, one which is going to be an election year in both countries. Over to you.
That's simple technology I have now mastered. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. A huge thanks, echoing earlier remarks, to US ISPF for hosting us this afternoon for this conversation. I'm not a business leader, but I had the good fortune to see things maybe from a broader perspective, certainly a government perspective, that I hope enables me to see the places where government can play an effective role and the limitations that government faces and the areas where it is better and more appropriate to let the private sector take the lead. And so I want to kind of look at those two frames together. And I want to start by saying something that I've said maybe to some of you already in the room and at many other gatherings like this. The US-India relationship right now, certainly in the commercial and technological sphere, but also across the board, has never been better. And we have a real moment, and we have real momentum to register real advances and gains in our business and commercial relationship and our overall bilateral relationship. And so, the question incumbent upon all of us here is, how do we do that? How do we make the most of the moment that we have? And as we look at the national scene where we have meetings between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, initiatives such as the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, redoubled commitment in the 2+2 forum that happened a couple months ago in November, to advancing and solidifying our relationship, including and particularly in the commercial sphere. So that momentum is clear. As we look at subnational partners, state-level partners, we have a particularly effective and able one here in Tamil Nadu, where you have a state-level government that has been incredibly receptive to business and U.S. business through the Single Window Clearance Initiative, through a demonstrated focus on helping bring business in and helping business stay. And that is illustrated by the many U.S. companies that are here, some of which are with me on the panel, many of which are in the hall attending other sessions. The list of big hitters, Fortune 500 companies, is formidable. And those companies are not just coming into Tamil Nadu, they're expanding. That's fantastic. They're taking advantage of the infrastructure here, the ports, the road system, the defense corridor, the IT environment, the incredibly high energy and capable workforce, the university presence, which I'll come back to very shortly, and all of the things that make Tamil Nadu a particularly effective partner for investment and innovation. We're also seeing that in the frame of manufacturing, of course, the supply chain conversation, American and other companies coming into Tamil Nadu, looking to reimagine and re-engineer their supply chains, their American supply chains, and all of the advantages Tamil Nadu offers and other parts of India in helping get that done. But the focus here is not so much on that very important topic that I know is being covered in other parts of the Global Investors Meet, but it's technology, it's innovation, it's where do we go next? And so as we think about that, I want to just offer a couple of framing comments, make the most of my time, and look forward to hearing from others on the panel. I think the first thing we have to do is realize that to get to the next level, particularly on tech, it's going to be an R&D driven effort. And I was happy to hear Caterpillar talk about research and development, expanding that effort. I know that other American companies are doing the same. But it's not just we need more R&D. That's a very binary and reductive way to approach it. It is true, but it's incomplete. We need to be leveraging research and development all the way up and down the continuum of business. That means big multinationals working with SMEs, SMEs working with startup, not just in a supply manufacturing capacity, but in a way that encourages new and real gains in research and development. That's incredibly important, and that's the kind of agility that we're going to need if we're going to really capitalize on this momentum and get things to the next level. I think the next area, and this is one where Tamil Nadu is particularly impressive, is university partnerships. In Tamil Nadu, we've got IIT Madras, we've got Anna University, we've got the University in Trichy. We have many, many world-class universities producing world-class talent at the undergraduate and graduate level. I was at the Anna University commencement a couple of months ago, the engineering graduation. I went to an engineering school, but as an international relations major, so I have some PTSD when I'm surrounded by that many engineers. But it was amazing to see the partnership and the caliber of those graduates, and to see that many of them were getting joint degrees from MIT. I mean, so you have this opportunity, we have this opportunity to take these partnerships with American universities and their Indian partners who are fully equal in caliber, capacity, and potential, and apply it to industry. Use the R&D that I talked about earlier in an academic context. Pull those assets together so that we can produce new advances. I don't know what's going to get green hydrogen to scale, where we can use it as a practical technology. But I do know that that answer is somewhere in a university lab that will need private sector involvement to push it to the next level. So thinking about how we can do that, I think, is really important. Something government can do and should be doing, and Tamil Nadu is I know, taking steps in this way, is standards. Standards and regulations and a consistent operating environment are incredibly important, particularly in new technology, because you have a lot of investors right now, let's say on electric vehicles, who are waiting. They're waiting to see what's going to happen. And a big part of what they're waiting for is there an environment in this potential investment destination that will be the same in year 1 as it is in year 5, as it is in year 10, as it is in the out years? And will it provide support, consistent support for what we want to do? And are the standards there compliant and compatible with standards elsewhere? Because as all of the business people in this room know, if you can't depend on those standards reliably, you're going to find someplace else where you can. It's really, really important. And the last thing I'll say is, and it's in the Tamil Nadu context particularly, if we're going to go to the next level, as important as IIT Madras and Anna and MIT and Harvard and all those places are, it's going to take more than those partners. It's going to take small and medium business at every level, and it's going to take it in every part of Tamil Nadu and every part of the U.S. Silicon Valley is great. The Ivy League is fantastic. You don't need me to sell you on Silicon Valley or the Ivy League. But we are so much more than those places. We are so much more than those investments. And Tamil Nadu, similarly, is so much more than the amazing things that are happening here in Chennai with big companies. We have to get everybody involved. We have to mobilize the women in the workforce, marginalized populations that have been out of this conversation. We need to bring them in, not just because it's the right thing to do and it's grievously overdue, both those things are true, but because there is potential there that we are wasting if we don't get them involved. And so that's a conversation that we need to continue to have in order to get to the next phase. Thank you very much, and look forward to hearing from others.
Thank you, Chris, and I think you made some very good points. We get so focused on the manufacturing story that we often discount how much is happening in the R&D and the services sector in India. And really, actually, we're going up the value chain in that to a level where those real partnerships are possible, and the stable regulatory environment, the university partnerships, SME partnerships, all of that is the enabling ecosystem for that. I'd just add one more to your list, which is dear to all of us on this panel, which is women leadership. And Tamil Nadu is one state where we're seeing women come into the workforce a lot more, and companies are doing tremendous work to ensure that happens, equitably over a course of a period of time. But let me come to each of our panelists. Of course, Kuntal, you are a new investor. Bhuvan, you've been in Tamil Nadu over 50 years now. And Kami, as you think about the state, I think the very basic question that we should start with is, why Tamil Nadu? So Kuntal, would you like to go first?
Hello. So, Bhuvan said it, the infrastructure here, of course, the access to ports, good connectivity on roads and rail, and, workforce which is highly skilled, even both low-skilled and high-skilled, copious amount of workforce that we can find in the universities. And also, one of the biggest concerns we had initially about permitting and how the clearance system is going to work. And that's where I think guidance and SIPCOT played a very pivotal role they were very helpful throughout the life cycle of the project. Right from the start, actually the planning of this factory was done during the peak of COVID. I remember, some of the site selection videos that actually guidance helped us to generate those videos from different sites. And so most of the site selection, we did it on Zoom calls, and even the first discussion I had with the MD of guidance and all the incentives that were laid down by what the state was going to offer, and the presentation from our end, everything was done on Zoom. So once we decided on Tamil Nadu, the result of this is that in less than 18 months, we have currently our Pillaipakam factory is running pretty strong. We had started on schedule, it was on budget, and today it's almost reaching our nameplate capacity. So our experience overall has been pretty good. I think guidance and SIPCOT, they helped us throughout. There were issues, a few issues around permitting and all, but I was able to go and even met the industry secretary a couple of times, and he was able to resolve these issues fairly quickly. So as a new investor, I'll say, our experience has been pretty good in Tamil Nadu.
So we won't be in Tamil Nadu for 50 years if we are not seeing value in the state, right? So we have been manufacturing out of Tamil Nadu for the last 50 years. I'll probably put it, I'll start with manufacturing, right? So for manufacturing, we need a good place where we can set up our plant. We did get a pretty good place where we can set up our plant. We need to have a good road, rail, and port facility. We do have those road, rail, and port facility that was available to us. And the next most important thing is electricity, right? Tamil Nadu being a surplus state for power, we did not have too much of challenges with respect to power. And I already talked about water, right? So, and the next most important thing is people, right? So I think when a company is coming in and setting up a facility, what they look for is talented workforce. I talked briefly about the engineering talent. It's not just the engineering talent alone, right? So it's about the other talent, other skills that are needed for us to run a plant, right? So we have many DME, many other polytechnic colleges that are available where we get very good talent to run our factories, right? So that's available, and not just
people, right? So a balanced workforce. There's a lot of training that's happening for women, right? So we get a very, very balanced workforce. So we have a plant in Hosur where you can see a lot more women employees who are working. Very similar thing happens at our plant in Tiruvallur as well. And then let's get to our supply base, right? So when we are running our manufacturing facility, when we are putting our machines together, there is no point in assembling it, right? So we can always say that we have a plant here. We can import all of our components and assemble it. That's not what we do. We have a lot of MSME companies that actually support us in making those components. So we have created an ecosystem in and around Tamil Nadu that is making those components, and we are getting those components and we are assembling it. In that way, we have actually helped create that MSME sector in construction and mining equipment that's not just used by us, it's used by others as well now. Right? So that's the other part, very important part there. And engineering workforce, a huge engineering workforce that's available here. There is nowhere else where we would get 150,000 engineers every year. It's a huge number of people. It's not just getting 150,000 engineers, how ready they are to be deployed in the workforce. So there are a lot of programs that are there that Tamil Nadu government does, and there is also a lot of industry collaboration. We get industry-ready workforce where we can take them, we can put them in a work, and we can get maximum benefit out of them. So that doesn't happen in many. With IIT Madras, we have been running this partnership for the last 14 years or so, and we work very, very closely with universities to make sure that the innovation, the talent, and the industry-ready workforce is made out of these universities, and also research. There's a lot of research projects that gets done out of these universities. So it's creating that ecosystem that will help you. When we came in, did we have the ecosystem? May not be, but it applies to every company that's coming in as well to create that ecosystem. I think we created that ecosystem to some extent, but there is a lot of talent, there is a lot of capability that was available for us to take it on and run with it. So that's what I would say. And when we say innovation, the one thing that measures innovation is patents, right? So Caterpillar has filed for 450 patents out of India. Right, so there is not many companies that would have filed those many patents. And it's outside of, we have 120 plus patents that have been granted, 450 patents that we have filed out of India. So it's a great accomplishment. Right, so it won't happen if you don't have great people. And I think Tamil Nadu government as well supports us. So there are, whenever we go to guidance, I think we talked about guidance, right? So whenever we go there, we actually get very, very, very good support from them, excellent support. And anytime we have any challenges, I think a proactive government, a proactive approach is what is needed. I think we get that from the government here. We continuously get that. No matter, so normally they say when a government changes from one government to the next government to the next government, actually it's consistent support that has been there, and we actually love that. Right? So that's the reason why we have been here for such a long time.
Yeah, I think at FedEx, we get a ringside view of the movements in the global supply chains, manufacturing growth, especially at scale. And I think Tamil Nadu has fairly strong connectivity, both ports, airports, and ranks pretty high on the, the leads index as an achiever for logistics ease. And I think the focus of the government mirroring the PM Gati Shakti plan in terms of building an integrated logistics infrastructure with a focus on sustainability and technology and new tech and so forth, and also the road network, road connectivity, and ensuring efficient clearance from ports and airports. I think those are some of the encouraging focus areas that makes logistics in Tamil Nadu a good enabler for manufacturing. And of course, the business-friendly environment, guidance being a facilitator, the single window clearance where 40 plus departments, 200 plus services are brought under a, digital contactless interface. I think that's obviously helps with the ease of doing business. And just the overall, the level of industrialization in the state, with 45,000 plus companies registered in the state, factories registered in the state, and the focus on the industrial corridors where competitiveness is a focus with infrastructure development as well. I think for us as FedEx, apart from supporting as a logistics provider our global manufacturing customers, what we've been interested in Tamil Nadu is also the innovation and talent ecosystem. So last year we launched what we call FedEx Innovation Lab, which is essentially a way for us to engage with early stage startups in a variety of areas where we take new technologies and business models and help them scale using our customer base network, our global reach, and so forth. And our first investment was actually a Chennai-based company, an AI company, which has come out with a low-code enterprise AI platform. And so I think the talent ecosystem that's spawned from these startups, which are SaaS companies, which are product development companies, I think that's, it's an emerging and it's a deep talent ecosystem. We've also recently launched a Center of Excellence with the IIT Madras, a Center for Sustainable and Smarter Supply Chains, where we will be pursuing research along with the IIT on the future of supply chains, sustainability, technology, visibility, and integration, and so forth. And also building the talent pipeline. So I think that ecosystem is going to grow, and we see the opportunity for high-end product development, deep tech kind of operations out of Tamil Nadu that will support global innovation. So that's, I think, the totality of how we look at it.
Thank you, Kami. And I think that leads me right back to you, Chris, really on the initiative on critical and emerging technologies. A lot of what Kami just talked about is exactly what both governments have set up a framework to do. And under that framework, it is very important for companies like Caterpillar and FedEx and First Solar to really come in and support some of these SMEs, as well as university partnerships. So as you think about the initiative on critical and emerging technology between our countries, what would you define as success, and how do you measure success under that?
No, thanks. And it's a question we're thinking a lot about, and it's great to see examples of that already really taking off. When you talk about critical and emerging technology, AI is one of them, a big one that is getting a lot of attention in the vanguard of critical and emerging technology discussions. Commercial space as well, given India's leadership in the space with all the great things that are happening there, quantum, green hydrogen, renewables, and all of those things. I think that, I think we know as under the aegis of ISET what success will look like. I think what we don't yet know is exactly how we get there, but that is part of the interesting aspect of the conversation. And I say we don't exactly know what that looks like because success in ISET, which will be dynamic advances in these technologies that benefit not just the companies involved and the economies involved, but also the problems and next level challenges that only next generation technology can solve, whether it is climate change or whether it is figuring out how to harness the power of AI in a responsible way. Those things will be driven by conversations and partnerships within industry. And so I think it's great to see big companies like FedEx working with partners like IIT Madras, building innovation and technology, electric vehicle space as well here in Tamil Nadu, where you have a city that's been known as the Detroit of Asia for a long time and is now turning its attention to galvanizing that capacity in a new way to build electric vehicles, to focus on renewables. And so taking the resources that we have with big companies, with big sectors, and applying it and moving things into these new areas, I think is really important. And I think the other piece of it is not to silo these technologies. Sometimes we say, well, how are we doing in quantum? How are we doing in green hydrogen? How are we doing in AI? We have to take the walls down between those technologies and start cross-applying them. And again, I think Tamil Nadu has done a good job of this with renewables. I saw Minister Raja's pledge to get to 75% renewable energy. That sort of thing and that sort of target can be helped by progress in all of the critical and emerging technologies that we're discussing. So connecting these kind of across lines so that one is helping the other, so that AI can be part of how we get to a larger footprint on renewable energy, I think will be really important. The National Science Foundation has funded 35 partnerships looking at ICT and critical and emerging technology, but it has also talked about how real progress in that is going to come from the ground up with companies here in India and partners with the US. So I know what success looks like, I can see it in my head, but which companies and which partnerships are going to be responsible for galvanizing that and achieving it is part of the fun and part of the challenge. And what we're trying to do at the consulate and with the US government is plant as many seeds and partnerships as possible to see, how we can grow towards that target.
Thank you. And I think the one beauty of the ICT framework that you all have set up is the open nature, where I think we can fit in a lot of different ideas and partnerships. So I think that's an open call for all universities as well as industry to come together. I know we have time, very little time, and I've been already told to wrap up, but quickly, maybe one last round of quick fire. Obviously you've built a plant in the US and India simultaneously for First Solar. Just your experience very quickly, and especially as you see the energy transition happen in India, what do you think the renewable landscape will look like here?
So if you look at one thing I want to add about our factory here, about technology actually, the 3.3 gigawatt vertically integrated factory has all the, the vision, AI-based vision systems. It has, I talked about, we started the factory on schedule, and one of the things was we implemented digital twin, and basically in the metaverse environment, we were able to, all the controls, logics were already kind of, optimized before we actually even implemented, before we even put the tools on the ground. So some of these, what this factory represents is, especially about the skills, the highly skilled people that we have in Tamil Nadu. Our factory, it's a high skilled requirement for running our factory. And the way the factory has started, as you said about, say, a sister factory also in India, or in US, has started just 3 months before this factory. And both are pretty much at the same level today from a performance standpoint. So that's a testament to, coming up with a new first of kind in India, semiconductor manufacturing, solar manufacturing, and with the high tech that we have introduced, we have implemented in this factory, is really, it's a great result from Tamil Nadu and from India's standpoint.
Bhuvan, I know sustainability is high on your agenda as well, so maybe you want to touch on that very quickly.
Absolutely. It's very high on our agenda because we make a lot of diesel engines. That's what they say, right? So, but there is a huge transition towards hydrogen and also electric. Right, so Caterpillar is a lot more engaged in hydrogen and electric based mining. Recently, we have signed multiple deals about mining green, where all the machines that are used in the mine are using alternate fuels. There is a huge focus. We call it as ACE, right? Alternate fuels, autonomy, electrification, and connectivity. So there is huge focus on all of those areas. And we already have a machine that's running in electric. It's always recently it's already public information, so I can certainly share. So we have a pretty large mining truck, right? So 400-ton capacity carrying truck that's electrified, that's running electric, right? So it's amazing to go stand there and look at it and the truck moving. And when you're standing there, you're a small person. It's not that easy to make those kind of big machines electric. And when we are doing like that, there are teams that are located here, US, Australia, and multiple places who are contributing to that. The best part about collaboration is we get the right talent in the right place so that we can deliver a full system that's actually running. And that truck is autonomy as well. It runs automatically, right? So you stand there, it runs, there is no driver. It's fun to watch. If you go stand in front of it, it does stop.
A hazard in India. Kami, over to you. I know you have very high sustainability goals as well for India. So.
Sure. I think for us globally, sustainability is a big focus, and we've made a very ambitious commitment to become carbon neutral by 2040. I think for us, it's a combination of what we control and what we cannot control, and how do we then influence what we cannot control. And given that a large part of our business is about aviation, what we've done is we've made a significant investment in the Yale Center for Natural Carbon Capture, where we're looking to develop technologies that will focus on natural carbon sequestration and so forth. In India, I think a lot of our focus is on what we control, which is the electric vehicles, the fleet, replacing the portion of our fleet with EVs, and also the facilities that we have, and so forth. And we're also investing in sustainability startups, because I think that's another way that we support the sustainability ecosystem.
Well, thank you all for spending this time with us and for your insights. Really, really appreciate it. I would now like to invite our next panel, which will be led by NSN Murthy, partner and leader at Deloitte for Government Services. Along with him will be Parvesh Mittal, Managing Director for Howden in India, Anand Jayachandran, Director at MasterCard, and Dr. Kiranmai Pendyala of UPS. So over to you, NSN. Thank you.
They are not normal. They are with our parent organization. So what I was doing was, we were just discussing at a management level to bring those technologies in India and bring those, those core technologies is compression technology, other is liquefaction technology, and third is dispensing technology. So all three technologies are, we are having those things. Now, having said that, I believe, and from my past working experience in some other organizations, it's very clear that India, with advantages of qualified manpower and domestic demand, we can be a real game changer. So my plan is twofold. One is to make use of domestic demand to just roll the implementation of those technologies, especially on compression side and liquefaction side, and then use that ground which we have built for serving the markets outside. Yeah. What we have seen is a change in the global perspective. The manufacturing is shifting to low-cost countries like India. And if we are able to establish a credible source of those critical technologies, India can be a real hub for exports of those equipment. Now, as regards to demand is concerned, we were just doing a quick number crunching. What we have found is that if India is, we are discussing 5 million tons of hydrogen production by 2030 or something. Even if, let's say, we take 1/5 of that, 1 million ton, which is not a very optimistic number, still the amount of equipment what you need, and I'm again talking about those critical equipment, is you don't have it anymore, anywhere. Even if you add the capacities around the world, you don't have it. Yeah? So that means we need to establish those things here. If we want to be self-sustaining on critical technologies, on hydrogen piece here, and then if you add the export market, it is simply multiplying. And it has got another impact is regarding employment generation. See, India is a source of qualified manpower. I think a lot is said about Tamil Nadu. So I'm just coming there. Why Tamil Nadu? Is because here you find qualified people, not only on engineering level, but even at a working level, which is basically a technicians and all those kind of things, which makes it easier for you to multiply faster. We also need a port, proximity to the port, because of the fact that a lot of hydrogen plants will be around on the coastal area. So we need to have access to those, even if producing plants are there, we can export our equipment to those plants or even abroad. So we have it here. The stable labor position is there. We don't see too many labor unrests which are disrupting the factories. So that is one very big advantage which I see here. So all in all, if there is some kind of, let's say, small administrative support, if government is able to provide, this place can be a hub for hydrogen as well. People were talking about hub for electronics, for hub for EVs. Yeah, I'm saying why not hub for hydrogen? Because there is a real possibilities for it to happen.
Thank you. That's very interesting. With growth in the demand for hydrogen, I think it's a great space. Dr. Kiran, I'll come to you as the next. I know you run a GCC, and one of the bigger drivers in the most of the cities in South, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, and all these places have been the GCCs, proliferation of that. But GCC's basic lifeline is the talent. I keep on hearing about 150,000 engineering graduates and postgraduates.
But what is that is exactly required to make the GCC much more functional, effective, and contribute to the growth in the state? Or for example, for your firm also, why it is important and how it becomes important with respect to the talent?
Thank you, Innocent. A warm welcome to all of you. And it's really a wonderful initiative by the Tamil Nadu government. I mean, they've been doing the gym. And bringing in all of us together as corporates, academia, and several other stakeholders who continue to abet and grow economic empowerment of the communities. So coming to the question of GCCs, yes, it's true. When we talk about Tamil Nadu, for instance, the global capability centers, what is the connection? I'll step back and look at it from 3 different angles. The first angle I'm going to look at is foreign direct investment. So when we talk about FDI, when does FDI really come into any country? It happens when there is that environment which enables and fosters the growth and empowerment. So today, when we talk about India, or when we look back a decade ago when all this journey commenced, it's so clear that we are so poised as an economy, as a country, because ease of doing business, I think right from the ministers, everybody have been talking about it. So from the FDIs, whenever you see that the environment is ripe from the infrastructure capability and skills, or the talent, as we said, and that's where the connect you just made about the 150,000 engineering students or technology students emerging, or several others. We're just talking about technology because from a UPS standpoint, yes, we're looking at technology center, but we can talk about manufacturing. So any industry domain, do we have the necessary raw material? From a talent perspective, it is, are there enough grads and undergrads available? Yes, we do. I think that is the lynch point. And then if I start looking at the second angle, which is, if I say foreign direct investment is coming in, what is the potential for GCCs from an India standpoint, and then the state of Tamil Nadu? As per EY report, by 2030, which is just 6 years from now, India is going to have 2,400 GCCs. That's not a small number. 2,400 is huge. And it also mentions that there's a potential to increase it to 2,550. That itself clearly opens the door for the third angle, which I'll come to. But before I go there, we're talking so much about GCCs, or the global capability centers. Do we know what's the GDP contribution of these GCCs? It's definitely more than 1% of the GDP of the country. So it's phenomenally high. And imagine India talking about the $1 trillion economy, or Tamil Nadu state making the clarion call and saying by 2030 we're going to be $1 trillion economy. That's huge. And what can GCCs contribute? It's a lot. Now, as we've talked about these factors, now I look at it from the job creation and skill development. And that's exactly where companies like ours are hungry, and we are really interested in setting our footprint here. Because if you don't have talent, then your industry is dead. So we do have the talent available. And the interesting aspect is, when we say talent available, it's not just the engineering colleges we're talking about. We're talking about tier 2, tier 3 across the state, not just the high-end tier 1 like the IITs we talked about, or as Chris mentioned earlier, Anna University and so on, VITs. There's so many of them, but you also have talent available across the spectrum. And what does it help us? It's almost like, we talk about, it's like somebody talked about mining industry earlier. So it's about, just as you mine for a particular product, here we're mining talent. So industries like ours are mining talent. What do? We hone talent, we shape talent, we nurture talent. It's not like, as they're coming out of those schools, they have all the requisite skills for the industry. But the talent is open enough to be continuous learners. So the way they're being shaped today with the Industry Institute interaction, which again a state like Tamil Nadu, the flagship program of the state which is unveiled, Non-Mudalvan scheme, for instance, I'm very proud to say UPS has partnered with the government on the Non-Mudalvan scheme, and we started bringing in interns who are in their final year of engineering. Now that's going to help us because it's two-way. It's a win-win for the student, it's a win-win for the industry, because the student is going to understand what processes and technologies exist, what can they learn, and they'll have a buddy manager, and they go along, walk along for 6 months. That's a good amount of time for them to get the exposure to the technological processes of the company. And then we are also merited because at the end of it, they come back and join us full-time. So programs like these, which are unique, where the government joins hands and creates the ecosystem which really fosters relevant, talent mining, as I say, is going to really make the GCCs flourish. And that's where I look at this from a three-pronged angle.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Kiran. I think in very detail you have mentioned, and I'll come back to you on the talent and the early talent stages of the kids where you're actually signed up with the Tamil Nadu government. But before that, so while Pavesh spoke about the infrastructure, industry, manufacturing, and we have the GCC talking about talent and service, I think where MasterCard you are working is on the ground level, grassroots, at the rural level, and all those things. Tell me, how does that grassroots level working with the financial inclusion integration is creating an ecosystem which can drive indirectly the growth of the state, okay? Because I can't actually say it's a direct one, but it's indirectly how it's growing. So is there something which you can actually help us with the proof points and the work you're doing?
So first of all, being a proud Chennaiite, I feel thrilled sitting here in the midst of all of you. And so whether it's the federal government or the state government, there are ambitious goals. Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal was talking about, taking India to a $35 trillion economy. Honorable CM Stalin wants to make Tamil Nadu a $1 trillion economy. See, if you look at it, from a layman's point of view, it can only happen if the population that is currently not part of the economy, comes into the mainstream. And how do you do that? That is only through technology and, through digital inclusion. It's a huge eye-opener, guys. So currently, India accounts for 40% of the digital transactions that happen in the globe. And we have, 76% of our population who actually have access to mobile phones. So what are we actually talking here? We are trying to create an ecosystem where you're bringing various silos in an integrated manner, and you ensure that, the resultant prosperity, you're talking about economic growth, right? So prosperity is not an aspiration. It has to be an imperative. Each and every citizen has to, have access to the benefits that this economic growth brings about. So just to, kind of bring in what MasterCard is doing on the financial inclusion front. So with respect to agriculture, we are creating a digital agri ecosystem. We call it Farm Pass. The idea is, to bring the suppliers, then the input manufacturers, then the people from the demand side, as also, an important case, the financial institutions. See, if you look currently, many of the farmers do not have access to formal credit. And one of the reasons is, they don't have proper accounting books or, book of accounts. So if you actually have a platform, where these transactions are digitized, and, probably financial institutions can then take a call. You can go in for invoice discounting. So here you are actually talking about a platform, which end-to-end integrates the farmer with, the people who are actually going in for the offtake, and you're doing away with the intermediaries. Right now, in India, one of the challenges is that there's a lot of commission that is eaten by the middlemen. So how is it that you get, a poor farmer to get better realization of price for his agri commodity? So that is, a kind of a creation of an end-to-end ecosystem. So this is with regard to agriculture.
Then again, talking about some of the main focus areas of the government, most of our cities are, kind of bursting at the seams. And the government says that, the objective of transit should not be about moving vehicles, it is about moving people. So how do you actually get people to use public transport? So government, as part of, the initiatives to popularize public transport, has come up with, DPI guidelines. And you have your NCMC cards now. Earlier it used to be, a pain where you get a closed loop card. Suppose you have to go into a metro, you buy a closed loop card. The only utility for that card was, it goes into your wallet and you use it only when you go for the train. But how is it, that probably an entity like MasterCard, we are working globally to enable account-based ticketing services. So, using any card of any bank, you can just tap and go. You don't need to have a separate transit card. And when you talk about convenience of transactions, another thing that is, a burning issue today is that there's a lot of issues with regard to cyber security. So sometimes, people who are actually using a digital mode of transaction there's always a worry at the back of your mind, you keep looking to see whether, the transaction has actually hit the beneficiary account or not. And in some of the locations, even now, in India, you have a challenge with regard to speed of internet. So cyber security is another emphasis, where we have MasterCard as its own, cyber security measures. We are incidentally working with a couple of state governments, to power their e-com and their cyber security policy. So these are a couple of the initiatives. Another thing that I could kind of think of is, if you have a small retailer, right, who currently doesn't have access to a financial institution, what the government is actually doing is, they're very, it's been a very innovative thought process. You have something known as citizen, service centers, CSCs. So in India, irrespective of where you live, you have a kirana shop or a grocery shop that is close by, right? Or you have a post office in your area. So the government of India is looking at digitizing these. So you need not actually go to a bank. In this case, the provider of the financial service is actually coming to you. So this is another initiative, where MasterCard is working on your offline capability in POS terminals. You need not necessarily have, internet to kind of back up the transaction. So just to summarize, to what Mr. Murthy asked, it is necessary that each citizen, is brought into the formal economy, and not that the contribution that, the economic growth is generating for the country, that once again needs to trickle back to the grassroots. So technology has a huge role to play there.
Thanks, Anand. I think, so we have, as a panel, we are becoming a little boring, so I think people are sleeping, a couple of them. I just wanted to wake up everyone. So Pravesh, I'm going to ask a little interesting question, and so is Anand, and this is out of the syllabus questions, okay, so that everyone actually doesn't sleep off. And we have not had our lunch also, by the way. So we need to be very careful on that. So what do you need, what is your 3 asks from the state, which will help you put up this entire hydrogen ecosystem in the state and proliferate that? Just let's not say only Tamil Nadu. So for example, any state government, for that matter, what is that 3 asks as an industry which will help you to actually build this ecosystem? Very quickly, so that we will finish off this round.
Yeah. So I think the first and foremost is ease of doing business. And when I say ease of doing business, it is a faster way of doing business. We being multinational company, we are not able to handle the maze of government. And I would like that there is somebody from the government, a face of government is to me available, whom I can address, and then within the maze of the government, that face is working in. That's very important for us, and especially, especially companies like us who are not used to these kind of bureaucracy. So that's one very, very important thing. Second thing is infrastructure. Yeah, the infrastructure improvements, for example, the roads structure, handling the heavy, let's say, when I come from manufacturing, I always say heavy piece handling, So you need to have a lot of permissions which are required. If they are available, if some kind of system is available, it's easier for us to to make that area as a hub. And the third thing is the stability in the rules and regulations, because the investments are huge, and if rules are changing every day, then there is a problem. So I think these are quickly come to my mind,
Thanks, Bhavesh. Dr. Kiran, I'll come to you. I said that there's one question which I wanted to ask you. The 150,000 people we are talking about, these are raw talent, right? So even if they are moved from an engineering college, they're not industry ready. So they can't be. The X to the Y, there is that element. How, as a firm, you're looking at making them ready for your work? Is there something which the state should, or any, not just this state, but any state should actually invest into making them ready for GCC in particular?
A beautiful question, Anison. Whenever we're talking about GCCs, it's an intersection of creating the right environment, as I said. So that ecosystem has, like the Chennai Trade Center, if I just take that acronym CTC, I would say it as CTTC, which is customers, technology, talent, and communities. So if I look at that, now how do I look at each one of these facets? If I need to grow at GCC and be successful at it, from a talent perspective, it's almost like a catch-22, right? If I have customers, then I have business. If I have business, then I will be able to create and invest in communities. Because if I don't invest in communities, the raw talent, as you're saying, that's where I use the word talent mining. There's no way I get them ready off-the-shelf kind of products. I need to invest in the communities we are part of and see what kind of skills, because I can't expect the academia to be continually evolving like the industry. Then there won't be any curriculum. It'll be always evolving and dynamic, and it'll be crazy in terms of the faculty or others to keep pace with it. So that is not the moot point. The moot point is you need to have some core skills or fundamental skills or the basics, as we say, and that's what the academia should be geared towards. And once you have that final or the foundational layer on that industry, each one of us as the stakeholders start honing the talent and shape and nurture them for the industry readiness. And now, is that the gap within 6 months through an internship program, which I talked about? Is that doable? Maybe, may not be. Is there something else we can do? Yes. Within the organizations, we continue to start investing very early on, because that's the engagement industry does with the various communities. So what we do is, at UPS, for instance, we started doing working with MSMEs, because if I want to grow my customers, I also have to grow the communities. So MSMEs is where we started looking at women in particular. So we have huge flagship programs globally, and especially in India, where we started looking at how do we bring up these women exporters. So we train them, there's a boot camp, and how does it really enable the entire ecosystem? So the women exporters are now going to become stronger, and they will learn the skills of empowerment and exporting. What does it, because they may not even have a digital infrastructure. I think my learned friends were talking about it. Just as a country, today I think everyone is looking at India specifically because we have created such a beautiful DPI, the digital public infrastructure. Multiple tools today in the DPI segment. So similarly, if we can continue to build on that, but leverage it, not everybody will be able to leverage it. My friend from MasterCard talked about how he brings in financial inclusion, right from the farmers. So similarly, a women exporter understands how does she learn to leverage the digital physical infrastructure. Then begins the story of adding more exporters, and we are in the logistics industry, and one of the world's we are the largest in the world with $100 billion clocking annually. So it is the largest, from a logistics, and we offer unparalleled logistics experience to our customers. And we want to create the same thing, because if our engineers cannot imagine and get reinvigorated, so what we do is our smart facility, for instance, what it does is it improves upon. And how does that happen? It's our technology. It could be our students who can sometimes, get that aha moment and say, oh my God, I can just make this happen. So it's not just about robotics and automation, but beyond that, the human intellect, leveraging AI, but AI is again in terms of the patterns which you continually build on. So what we are doing is we're bringing in this early, exposing students and tier 3 colleges as well, not just tier 1. That's why I'm saying we're very inclusive in terms of bridging that gap in terms of where the talent is. So we go where the talent is. Just as a company chooses to go where the customers are and create markets, we're also creating talent markets. I think that's how we bridge the gap and continue to hone on building the CTTC, as I said, customers, communities, talent, and technology.
Very beautifully said, Doctor. So last 60 seconds belongs to you, Anand.
You want me to sing a Tamil song?
No, absolutely not. You can actually use the podium there to actually exhibit your skills. But here I would like to ask the last 60 seconds to focus on what the other panel also spoke about, the startups. Yeah. Because if you're doing a financial inclusion, if you're doing it at the ground level, the MSMEs, the entrepreneurs, and the startups are pretty much required. So how are you managing that ecosystem and developing that? That's very quickly on that piece.
Sure. So similar to the Farm Pass platform that I earlier mentioned about. So we also have something known as a Community Pass. So Community Pass, is a platform that works exclusively for MSMEs and for startups. So what we do here is, we try and help them to commercialize those particular ideas. So we bring them, in touch with PE funds, with VC investors, and we as MasterCard, we see as to how is it that we can genuinely add value to these people to ensure that the dream, the seed that they have sown actually is growing in the direction and is getting commercialized into a viable product proposition. So that's.
So we conclude this session. Thank you so much, Pravesh, Anand, and Dr. Kiran. So this was, whatever limited time we had interaction. And please feel free to reach out to them after the session and we can answer a few of the other questions there. Thank you so much, panel.
Thank you so much.
Hello? Yes. I have the question on this community banking. Actually, we are into rural tourism in a big way in southern districts. We are involving the people in the agriculture sector and this one, try to create a farmer-producer organization and connect the entire people in this one. What is that community banking? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What is that? What is the prerequisite or what is the framework?
Come and speak to you.
I'll just take it offline,
Thank you very much to all the speakers. On behalf of the government of Tamil Nadu, we would like to present a couple of mementos. So if you could please stay back for a moment. And last but not least, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mic test, check. Yeah. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. As our seminar is about to commence shortly, I kindly request to switch off your electronic devices to silent mode and take your seats. Thank you. Yes. Hi, panelists. Can I invite you on stage? Thank you. First slide, please. First slide. Thank you. Okay, welcome, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Vanakkam. Good afternoon and thank you for joining us in the 2024 Singapore Seminar here in Tamil Nadu. My name is Giselle from Singapore Business Federations, and I am honored to be your Master of Ceremonies today. We are extremely privileged to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Simon Wong, High Commissioner of Singapore to the Republic of India, who graces us with his presence. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm round of applause to His Excellency, Mr. Simon Wong, High Commissioner of Singapore to the Republic of India, as we invite him to deliver the opening address. His Excellency, please. Slide 2.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, Vanakkam. I'm happy to see so many of you gathered here for the Singapore country session. I hope it's not because of the rain. But thank you very much for being here. I just want to start Sorry. I just want to start by saying the Honorable Chief Minister Thiru Stalin visited Singapore in May this year. He picked 2 countries to go on his roadshow to talk about GIM 24. Singapore is one of them, his last stop. He made 2 big impressions on Singapore. First, for a long, long time, Thiru Stalin did not wear a suit, but he looked amazing in his outfit. In his honor, I have put on a vestie to show my respect for him. The second big impact that Thiru Stalin made in Singapore was his passion about the progress in Tamil Nadu. And my colleagues who have been here, seated next to me, some of them are very, very experienced and based and have a lot of interactions with Tamil Nadu, tells me the same thing. Since 2021, they see immense progress in Tamil Nadu, and I would like to applaud the amazing, amazing progress here. Thank you so much. Honorable Chief Minister and his delegation was in Singapore to promote not only GYM 24, but also about investments in Tamil Nadu. I have to report to all our guests here that we have been a long-standing partner with Tamil Nadu since the centuries ago. But because of his team and his efforts by Guidance Council and Thiru Dr. Raja, we made a commitment to visit GYM 24 in a big way. Together with me, there are 80 business people, and we are good, and I'm going to say this 3 times. Chief Minister said, please come and visit and invest in a big way in Tamil Nadu. I want to reply to him 3 times. Yes, I heard you. Yes, I heard Tamil Nadu. Yes, I heard the voices of Tamil Nadu. That is the reason why we are committed to 31,000 crore of investment in Tamil Nadu. I think we are the largest country to pledge this amount in Tamil Nadu, and being the first partner country of Tamil Nadu, we want to assure you that our journey together will be a long-standing one. In 1 week's time, we are going to celebrate Pongo, a sacred festival shared between the state of Tamil Nadu and Singaporeans. We give thanks to Lord Indra and the Sun God to assure us safe winds and great sunlight. And as we draw the Rangoli together between Singapore and Tamil Nadu, we hope great progress will come between this partnership. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to run off there.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Okay, without further ado, we would like to invite Mr. Ray Kwang, Director of the International Business Division from the Singapore Business Federation. He will be delivering his opening remark and will be moderating today's event. Mr. Ray, thank you.
Thank you, Giselle. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure. It's my first time in India, and the first port of call is Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Yeah. It's really my privilege to be here, and it's a pleasure to stand before you today, and to discuss a little bit more about today's topic, which is of immense importance, right? Partnership and collaboration for a greener future in Tamil Nadu and in Singapore. So I've got a long script written here, but I don't think I want to follow that. I think HC has outdone me already. So I'm not going to go more in, too much into detail, but Tamil Nadu and Singapore has had long relationships, you know. We have had, in fact, a lot of 4th generation and 5th generation Singapore Indians come mainly from Tamil Nadu. We've had relationships since the 19th century, even 18th century. We've known one another for a very long time. Some of you may even have relatives who are living in Singapore right now in their 3rd or 4th generation or even 5th generation. So I'll not delve too much into how close we are as two countries, but I'll concentrate more on our fireside chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kwang. We will now transit into our panel discussion today. Allow me to invite our distinguished panelists to join us on the stage for this engaging conversation. First, let's welcome Mr. Vipul Tuli, Chairman, South Asia and CEO, Hydrogen Business and Middle East from Sembcorp Industries. Next, please join us in welcome Mr. Gary Shankar Nangabhushanam, Chief Executive Officer, Indian Business Park from CapitaLand Investment. Let's also give a warm welcome to Mr. James Randall, Cube Renewables. Lastly, please welcome Dr. Shailesh Kagwa, CEO of Environment Sense.
Testing, right. So, excuse me. So partnerships and collaboration, you know, are essentially essential for achieving a greener and more sustainable future. We have a group of panelists here who are experts in their own right and are able to provide a lot of information, you know, on how Singapore and how Tamil Nadu can work together to help provide a greener environment, provide a more sustainable future for both countries. But before I go into that, I would like to invite my esteemed guests and speakers to just introduce themselves a little bit, as well as to talk a little bit about what they do in India. Vipul?
Thank you, Ray. Very good afternoon and very, very happy to be here. I look after the South Asian business for Sembcorp. We are a sustainable energy and urban solutions company headquartered in Singapore. We are in the middle of what we call a brown to green transition, which means we are really focusing very strongly on renewable energy and renewable energy related solutions. For us, Singapore is headquarters. But India is actually a very, very key market for us. Over the last 8 or 9 years, we've invested little more than 6 billion Singapore dollars in India, or around 40,000 crores. Of that, today we own and operate around 80 renewable energy sites with over 3.5 gigawatts or 3.5 or 3,500 megawatts, a little more than that, of renewable energy. We are also in the middle of trying to enter the green hydrogen and green ammonia industry, and it is our hope that India will be one of the first areas in the world that we invest to produce green hydrogen in. Tamil Nadu in particular is very dear to our heart for several reasons. I don't know how many of you would remember or be aware, but probably the world's first competitively bid wind project was actually built and commissioned in Tamil Nadu. This was under the SECI program. This was a 250 megawatt wind project with 119 turbines outside Thoothukudi. And I'm very happy to say that Sembcorp was the developer and owner of that. And this was built on time, in fact, ahead of time. and is operating very well thanks to an incredible partnership with the people of Tamil Nadu. Besides that, of course, we have other renewables in this state, total around 250 megawatts plus the SECI project, total around 500 megawatts. And of course, as Tamil Nadu is looking to do investments and be at the forefront of green hydrogen, we are very hopeful of making at least one of our large investments in green hydrogen in this very state. So very, very happy to be here. So Singapore is home, India is home, and Tamil Nadu is very special to us.
Thank you. Thank you, Vipul. Perhaps Gauri, you could...
வணக்கம் சென்னை. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் என் பேரை கிளியராக சொல்லிடுறேன். கௌரி சங்கர். எங்கள் அப்பா பேர் நாகபூஷணம். I happen to be the CEO for Capitalland India Business Park. Capitalland is a Singapore headquartered company. We consider ourselves among the largest, if not the largest, real assets management company in Asia. We have assets under management close to $140 billion. We have 6 listed REITs on SGX, and we have close to 30 private funds. We are present across 40 different countries. Our India journey is 3 decades. We came to India in 1994 when Honorable Prime Minister Narendra to the Singapore government, and we entered India in a place called Whitefield, Bangalore. Some of you might have heard about it. Our presence in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, is 2 decades old. In 2004, we formed a joint venture with TIDCO, and we set up the first privately developed multi-tenanted IT park. It was called Ascenda's IT Park, and if you had to have KFC or if you wanted to have a McDonald's, that was the only food court in Chennai which had. So I'm sure quite a few of you would have visited our food court without even knowing that it was an IT park. Our India verticals are, we started with business parks in 2004 in Chennai, in 1994 in India. Then around 2012, we got into hospitality. We have 2 hotels, operate 2 hotels here in Chennai, Somerset and Citadines. One is in OMR, and Somerset, of course, is close to the beach. Then around 2017, we launched our industrial park in Oragadam and warehouse park in a place called Periyapalem, north of Chennai. And in 2021, we launched our data center business, and we invested in our first data center project into 2023 in Chennai. So Chennai is very key for us, and we will continue to grow. The connection between Chennai and Singapore is quite strong, so we want to build on that. So like the High Commissioner, His Excellency, had spoken 31,000 crores, we do bring at least 10% of that from our kitty as well. Thank you, and glad to be here today.
Thank you, Gauri. James?
Hello, testing. Can you hear that? My name is James Rundell. I head up the sales division at Cube Renewables. Cube Renewables is a small-scale biogas. Can you hear in the back? Cube Renewables is a technology provider for small-scale biogas solutions. We specialize in agri-residues, food waste, the food production industry. 2.5 years ago, we had an investment from Blue Planet Environmental Solutions, which is on behalf of whom I'm speaking today. Blue Planet are headquartered in Singapore. They are a waste management and platform for decarbonizing technologies. They have a series of different technologies. Founded in 2017, the group is growing rapidly. So obviously headquartered in Singapore, but with a significant footprint in India. Cube Renewables roles in India, we are looking very specifically at innovative solutions to air quality improvement around paddy straw burning. So we have a unique and patented project running in Haryana and Punjab where we're dealing with paddy straw, processing that into bio-CNG and creating organic fertilizer. whilst also improving air quality. And we've also got a project down here that we're rolling out across India, but based in Chennai, which is around fugitive methane capture from legacy landfill. We are very lucky as part of the Blue Planet Group to have Sigma as partners. They are, in terms of landfill remediation, one of the biggest in India. And we've rolled out our technology now and just bringing on stream a very large trial on fugitive methane capture in Tamil Nadu. So it's a privilege to be on the stage here. We want to support all the improvements of relationships between Singapore, Tamil Nadu and India generally. So thank you for having us.
Thank you, James. And last but not least, Shailesh.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Thank you. It's been a privilege to be here. I'm Shailesh. I'm CEO and founder of EnvironSense, which is technology-based company from Singapore. We provide customized water treatment solutions and water quality monitoring solutions. We are based in Singapore, but we have been working in India actively for last, I think, 4 or 5 years. And we make industries and residential societies and other premises water neutral or net zero. We just not only make them net zero, but also make water circular economy by increasing the efficiencies of treatment and downgrading the cost for the treatment, such as we basically minimizes the energy consumption use for the water treatment, or especially industrial water treatment, up to 30%. We minimize the carbon footprint of our water treatment plants up to 35 to 40%. So overall, our aim to make a water circular economy which is sustainable in a true sense. We have seen Singapore, past few years or many years, Singapore used to be a water challenge country, but now Singapore is a water benchmark country in terms of the water research or water treatment technologies. We aim to provide 55% of our water footprint through recycled water, which we call it as a new water. And I assume Singapore and especially Chennai or a few parts of Tamil Nadu shares the same topological climates. So those kind of technologies could also be useful for this area. We are highly interested on contributing those technologies, how we can implement those technologies. Besides this, in India, we have been working with government organizations like National Mission of Clean Ganges for cleaning the Ganga River in the northern part of India by eradicating pollutions from the textile industries. We are also working in South India with Capgemini Group and Sobha developers, especially in the Karnataka and Bangalore area. Soon we will be having few projects of Capgemini in Chennai area. So I'm looking forward to have my more trips in this area, and thank you.
Thank you, Shailesh. So, since Shailesh ended the introductions, I'm going to start with him. As most of you would have been able to tell, that actually Shailesh is from India, right? But what's he doing with a Singapore company then? How did he manage to start his journey? I think some of you would be excited to want to understand how he managed to succeed, because some of you may already have plans to want to start off in Singapore, right? EnvironSense has, established a very strong relationship, with the Singapore government, especially with the, I think Enterprise Singapore, with the Public Utilities Board, as well as the National Water Agency, right? So my question to you would be, how can the public and private sector, jointly create and execute inventive solutions to address environmental challenges? Perhaps you want to answer this in a sense of your journey with the Singapore government and how you have collaborated with them to be able to come up with a successful roadmap for your company.
Thanks, Ray, for asking this question. And I would love to answer this question because I assume this could be quite relevant to the maybe future entrepreneurs who might be sitting here. how I started my journey from, coming from India, and I just jumped to Singapore in the year 2008. I finished my PhD at National University of Singapore. After that, I worked there as a scientist for a few years for Center for Water Research there. And then the technologies which we developed and how Singapore ecosystem helped us to start our entrepreneurship journey there. So Singapore has a robust ecosystem which is basically governed by Enterprise Singapore there. And hello. Yeah. So Enterprise Singapore, A-Stars, universities, they all work together and make any startup successful to its core. So they all not only just help to grow that startup locally, but also provide a platform to work in other countries. That's how Environsense came across a long way from Singapore to India, China, and other Southeast Asian countries. So that is the first part of questions which talked about my journey specifically. However, how this thing is also working in India, I would also like to emphasize this. Supposedly, we have started work with National Mission of Clean Ganges. They assess our technologies. We had G2G partnership between the government of Singapore and government of India. And that's how they assess our technology. And today they are endorsing this technology for whole textiles cluster in northern India. So this is also could be one of the possibilities to showcase your technologies to the relevant organizations, which are basically policy makers for water sector or any other sector, which could be relevant to to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, Shailesh. Next to James. Right, Blue Planet is among the rapidly expanding waste management firms in Asia, right, and holding a dominant position in regional waste management markets through the utilization of technologies that cover the entire waste management value chain, right? My question would be then,
why do you need a private partner in there? Typically speaking, investments are made with with return on investment as a core motive. Governments are not meant to target return on investments per se. They are supposed to target more egalitarian goals like equity and diversity and things like those. And the job which meets the most important requirements of their particular constituency is what the government should be focused on. So they are not the people who are the best when it comes to looking at what are the solutions, which are the most optimal solutions. That is something which the private industry is very, very adept at. Now the private industry looks at any investment from a timing perspective, from a return perspective, from a risk perspective. That is their their core. The government's core is societal, society, justice, and equality, and things like that. So when a PPP model works out, when you bring the high morals of the government and the capital allocation of the government, and you bring it to the expertise of the private partner, that's when you have a very, very successful venture. In our own example, we partnered with the TIDCO 2 decades ago, and that was the first of its kind. TIDCO had done its own IT park before that, the tidal park. They did not partner with with a private institution. But for the first time, they ventured out and partnered with an institution like us way back in 2004. Then they realized the difference between what is an IT park, how is it different, and how we are able to get the best clients into those IT parks, how we are able to get the best rents for those IT parks, the infrastructure that gets provided. So that formed a template, and that sort of became a template for the others to follow us. So that's how the PPP model works, and that has to be implemented in the infrastructure space from a sustainability perspective as well. Because in sustainability, it's something which has caught on recently with a lot of corporates, and I hope that it has caught on or is getting appreciated by the public as well, because there is a cost. Sustainability, because it is
trumpeted by the private industry itself will make you realize that private industry is usually, driven by, returns. So why are they talking about sustainability, and actually in today's terms, sustainability is something which, if you look at the face of it, there's a significant cost involved. There is a green cost which actually is very difficult to subsidize or profit from today. But private industries realize that if you're not sustainable in your long run, your cost of operations are going to significantly increase. And even in the public space, today India is at the center of, India's development has been fantastic. Our GDP is among the best in the world, and a lot of people, because of what governments like Tamil Nadu and the rest of India do, and some of it because of geopolitics, which we had nothing to do with. There's a lot of traction for India. There's a lot of interest for India, but that comes when people are interested. People like James come, here looking for opportunities in India. They need to see the infrastructure as well. And the infrastructure can't be haphazard, because once you have a infrastructure which is not sustainable, you can only do so much. And it is going to come back and hurt you, in the future. So sustainable investment, sustainable infrastructure is extremely key for development of any society. And the best way, like I articulated, is to take it through the private, public partnership model, because that makes it. That gets it the due attention in terms of capital allocation, and also it raises up focus of a private enterprise in terms of returns as well. So, Ray, I would give it back to you from there.
Thank you, Gauri. So I'm aware of the time constraints that we have, but we have one more question, right? Do feel free to engage our panelists after this session, and speak to them more about, perhaps you have some burning questions you would like to ask, right? And my last question is actually to Virpul, right? As a prominent player in the renewable energy space, and as well establish alliances or consortiums for the development and exchange of sustainable practices, technologies, and standards.
Thanks, Ray. Innovation that this transformation will involve, this is very, very fertile ground for partnerships. Now, coming to the topic of India-Singapore, and where could, India-Singapore work together, I'd like to talk about three specific areas, which I think are absolutely a good demonstrations of this kind of a partnership and the scale and complexity. Now, 20, 30, 40-year life, Singapore and India are really working together very, very closely. At the moment, as we speak, if I just look at, bids, the second area which is emerging is hydrogen, whether it comes through green hydrogen, green ammonia, or any other carriers. But if you actually look at the scale and the scope of innovation going on, this is where India actually has the opportunity to be one of the lowest cost producers in the world. And one of the first few customers that's on the horizon is actually Singapore. And Singapore's really taken the lead because it doesn't have energy and it doesn't have the space for renewables. And so it would really like to clean up its energy system. And so that partnership at the highest level is actually something that is that has a lot of high potential. And the third area I'd like to talk about is something that the Indian Prime Minister has talked about many times, and which the International Solar Alliance is working on, which is the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative, which is an initiative to actually link up the electricity grids all the way from the Middle East to South Asia, including India, Bangladesh, Burma, etc., and then going all the way into Southeast Asia with Singapore along the way. It seems like a futuristic project, but if you think about the potential of this, the underlying logic is very, very sound. The scale of investment required and the potential to actually get countries to depend on each other, where when the sun is rising in the east, it can start to supply renewables to countries which are westwards of it, and so on as we go through the day, which can actually significantly reduce the cost of energy in this entire region. So just these three examples I'd like to talk about, and whether it's...
So I'm aware of the time. I know we've actually prepared quite a few more other questions for them to answer, but I think we'll not be able to do that. But for your guests, right? Please feel free to ask your questions after this, right? We're not having a question and answer session right now, so we'll be, once we've completed this session, right? Individually, please do feel free to come and approach us and ask your questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray, and to all our esteemed panelists for sharing such insightful knowledge. Photo. Can I invite the IAS officer to present the gifts to our panelists? Thank you. Here, this way. Can we have a group photo together with you? Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Can I have Mr. Ray also to present a token of appreciation to our panelists?
Ours is not that grand, right? So please don't feel disappointed.
Thank you, thank you. Shall we have a group photo together? Okay. First Net Zero Industrial Park. Thank you once again for your attendance and active participation. Nandi.
so much for that. And I'm Nancy, your host of the day, and I'm so delighted to guide you through this significant occasion. We're very honored to have a lineup of exceptional speakers with us today to deliberate and share their views on one of the globally pressing challenges of sustainability, how to achieve net zero emissions and solutions to get there. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce our panelists. Firstly, we have our keynote speaker, Professor Thai Lee Siang, Head of the School of Architecture and Sustainable Design at Singapore University of Technology and Design, former chairman of the World Green Building Center, and fellow at the Center for Livable Cities, Singapore's thought leader on urban development and Global Knowledge Center for Livable and Sustainable Cities. Our next panelist is Dr. Sendil Raj, the Managing Director at SIPCOT. He's an accomplished medical professional who embarked on a career in the Indian Administrative Service in the 2012 batch. Nextly, we have Mr. Krishna Chaitanya, CEO of Tamil Nadu Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation. And along with them, we also have Mr. Vipul Tulip, Chairman, South Asia and CEO, Hydrogen Business in Middle East, SemCorp Industries. Lastly, we have the moderator for the panel, Dr. Francis Chong, Senior Director, Singapore-India Partnership Office of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, Singapore. So yes, welcoming all of our panelists to this remarkable event. And now, without further ado, let's welcome our moderator, Dr. Francis Chong, to share his opening remarks. Please put your hands together as we welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, it's so nice to be here and to see all of you in the room. I see some familiar faces and others that I have not come to know. But you have not come here at the end of the day to listen to me speak a lot. I think you are eagerly waiting for our keynote speaker, Professor Thai, and also our other esteemed guests who will share their thoughts on what it means to create a framework for India's first net zero industrial park. My job here this afternoon is very straightforward. I provide some context and then I will moderate. I think they are all ready to go and look forward also to your active participation. But just some context. So last May in 2023, May 2023, Chief Minister Stalin visited Singapore, and during his visit, the SIPCOT and the Singapore-India Partnership Office at the Ministry of Trade and Industry signed an MOU where we agreed that we will work together on developing sustainable industrial parks. And today we are happy to share some, it's not quite a progress update, but I think you will see that there's been progress in our collaboration. And we're happy to share it with you and of course take your questions. Now, what is this net zero industrial park and why do we need a framework? Well, as you probably know, recently the COP28 concluded and it looks great. You know, over 140 countries have now made pledges to achieve net zero by the middle of the century or a little bit later. And these cover something like almost 90% of carbon emissions. So it's great. This is at a country level. But it is really a very large scale thing. The entire country, and some countries like India is simply vast. Then at the other end of the spectrum, we have individual companies or even individual buildings proclaiming themselves to be net zero. This is also too small. So when we worked with the government of Tamil Nadu and with SIPCOT, we were very impressed with the vision of the secretaries and the MDs, and that they wanted to explore what it means to have a net zero industrial park, because a lot of economic activity, particularly if it's manufacturing, is going to have to take place in industrial parks. And today, this is what we think is a gap. In India, it will be the first, I believe. We will hear from Dr. Raj about his thoughts about this, but also possibly around the world. So here's an opportunity. to do something that's going to matter for the net zero pledges of countries in the world. Then my final remark is to say, well, why a framework? Right? Well, the reason is because without the framework, it's very hard to decide what is going to be inside to define what a net zero industrial park is. And for this framework, it also provides a coherence of the different elements and different indicators that we will have to measure. We do not want greenwashing, but neither do we want to just take indicators from here and from there and put them together in a way that doesn't cohere together. After all, there are many existing frameworks and many existing plans. There's UNIDO's Eco-Industrial Park. Tamil Nadu has its TICSI. There's science-based targets indicators. There's also GHG protocol. There is there's also IPRS 2.0. All these alphabets, what do they mean? And they all have different objectives. So if we are developing the India's first net zero industrial park, I think we definitely would need a framework to pull it all together in a coherent fashion so that when we do get the first net zero industrial park, we know what we are looking at. So that's my remarks. And now it's my pleasure to invite Professor Tai Lee Siang to give his keynote address and to introduce some ideas, and I believe also to challenge all of us. So, Professor Tai, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am now a professor with the Singapore University of Technology and Design, but before that, I was a practicing architect for 2018, and thereafter I was a executive director with the Building and Construction Authority in Singapore. Now, I share that with you just so that you know that the journey that I went, a very important movement that today you all know about it is called Advancing Net Zero. I was worried at that time that people would not take it seriously, but I'm very happy to see that indeed net zero has now become a common description of an ambition. Now, between an ambition and reality, we still have a long way to go. So my talk today is really to help us navigate this gap. And I'm very pleased to also see that even my friends from India Green Building Council has always told me that if anywhere we can try this is in India. So I'm very happy that today we are witnessing potentially a start of this journey. So designing for a net zero world has always been what I said, but increasingly, I think there is a real achievement of SDG goals up to this point in time. So there you are, I see one on top of the other without addressing. Sure, green premium is going to power on top of the actual cost to the environment caused by our business as usual mindset. And this is something that is very real and very serious. Globally, construction costs, development costs has shoot through the roof post-pandemic. So today, if you were to seriously do a look at creating net zero outcome, you have to tackle all three scopes of emissions, which I'll talk more about it. Okay, so for scope 1 emissions, there are already enough solutions. I'm very pleased to know that most countries in the world are able to start enforcing certain policies and control on green buildings implementation. Green rating tools for buildings are very well established today, and I think we are seeing results. So the common solutions are definitely involves greenery, renewable energy, low carbon materials, advanced sensors, etc. But try as hard as you would, so this is where it's going to lead on to the discussion of scope 3 emission, is that most of our direct input into the building to make it green only contribute to mitigation of about between. Now, when it comes to scope 2 emissions, we have continuously emphasized the importance of renewable integrated facade panels. They are all in the market now. At one time, they're not affordable. but soon it will all be fairly affordable as energy prices goes up and the material and the construction of solar becomes lower. Now, I have also cautioned that solarization should not be done with just single building or one building at a time, because this habit exists because we master plan our buildings and our parks and our cities based on individual parcelization. And therefore, when the policy hits home, we expect building owners to solarize a building, period. But as a responsible industry park developer, as a city developer, a district developer, we have the responsibility to look at solarization at the district, at the city level. And therefore, increasingly, we will need to look at where else we can maximize solarization. So the picture on the bottom, for example, is in Singapore. Singapore, as you know very well, we have an issue, can never adopt the business as usual method of just imposing solarization on single building. We need to think out of the box. We go on to scope 3 emissions. This is a big topic, organizational effort, and it's not a hardware solution alone. So I bring this up again, is something I will emphasize for this net zero industry park to pay attention to. And we do need to think about responsible consumption. We need to think about how to deal with the issue of excessive movement of people and goods and services. So the net zero industry park definitely must tackle scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions. I think Dr. Chong has mentioned several rating tools that exist today for measuring sustainability of industry park or district development. I think they are good. They serve as foundation. They serve as a starting point. But to take it to net zero future, we have to look at all 3 scopes of emissions of the entire park or entire district. So what do we have to look at? We have to ensure that all buildings are green. Baseline, no debate. We have to look at the infrastructure of this district as green. Again, no debate. Scope 2, I would say over-provision of renewable energy. Reason is very simple. You can't ensure each and every parcel to be just nice net zero. Some become, and green premium will only continue to go up. And if you want to make sure that the cost of developing a net zero industry park is manageable, for example, I was advisor for the healthcare group. So there's one legacy recording
of our audience on this.
We cannot do things business as usual. There has to be a reset. And whatever we design here has both the challenge of dealing with, say, scopes 1, 2.
Which is, one can wonder about the last 53 years. 53 years, the SIPCOT is developing and running industrial parks. And its employees are all very punctual and very dedicated. You can see how many SIPCOT employees present here without me calling them. Having said that, as I earlier told you, we really run 30 industrial parks now. And it's in terms of acreage, we have 39,000 acres of industrial park lands. And more than 3,200 industrial units are running in SIPCOT. And more than 7.5 lakh employees are working daily in and, day in and day out. So that's the term of, in terms of sheer size we are speaking about in SIPCOT. And we also have plans. Our, Honorable Industries Minister as well as Honorable CM has plans to further develop 45,000 acres of industrial land in coming days. That includes, almost 20 industrial parks across Tamil Nadu. And yes, of course, as you rightly mentioned, we do have a MOU with SIPO. We are grateful to SIPO for past 1 year and more. So your expertise is bringing us more and more, sharing of knowledge and technology between both the institutions. And we are in the process of setting up, one of the first of its kind in the country. You can call it as Net Zero Industrial Park. And, before going to Net Zero Industrial Park, SIPCOT also has taken a slew of initiatives towards sustainable future. One, we have planted more than 3.5 lakh trees across the industrial parks. And in all our industrial park, we adhere to the DTCP norms of 10% of OS or open space reserve area, which categorically go for bringing up plantations, and 15-meter throughout the industrial park surrounding, we leave spaces where we also plant and do green initiatives. All our industrial allottees, we ensure that their open spaces are again provided for green initiatives. Even in headquarters, we have solar panels, and we are adhering to more and more sustainable solutions. Recently, we have taken up workforce in a single space, 18,000 women workforce in a single space. And the project is almost through, and by the month of May or June, we will be soon inaugurating it. Once inaugurated, these 18,000 women workforce will be residing in the same place, and we are also planning to take them to the factory site through an electrical bus. So it will be 100% green initiative from the SIPCOT side. And similarly, since 2019, parks in and around Chennai, we do provide them almost 45 million liters per day water from the recycled water of Chennai city. From the recycled wastewater of Chennai city, we provide 45 million liters per day to all the industrial parks. So gone are those days when Chennai's wastewater is recycled through tertiary and Tata's and Ola factory and other factories in and around Hosur like Ashok Leyland and TVS and all. And similarly, in Tuticorin, we are also planning to bring up 60 MLD desalination plant. So these are some of the new sustainable initiatives which we have undertaken throughout these years. And in coming days, and through this discussion also, I am also looking forward, as Dr. Tai mentioned, we should be, progressing towards creating a net zero industrial park in near future, in 1 year possibly. So that's all from my side, and hoping to, learn more and more new things from SIPCO as well as other industrial partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. So it's great to hear all the different initiatives that SIPCOT is undertaking already. With the housing for the workers of Foxconn, such a large number, and also the use of e-buses for movement. I think there are all these different elements, and maybe it speaks more to why we might need a framework in order to pull these different learnings and different experiments together. And I did hear you say, did I not, that the objective, the ambition is to have the first net zero industrial park in 1 year? Of course, 1 year. Okay, something to look forward to.
We have already, gone through 1 year of discussion. Hopefully, it should come in another 1 year. Let's be positive.
Okay.
Yes.
So we have lots of work ahead of us to turn it into a reality. And seated next to me, Mr. Vipul Tuli, who pointed out that the solar panels on the water were actually from his company. Of course, SEMCOP is more than solar panels, but also large experience in renewable energy, large presence in India, but also in other countries with industrial parks, including sustainable industrial parks. So if we're going to do this in 1 year, and if SIPCOT is also looking for partners, I think I see a bit of sweat on Vipul's forehead. It's like, so Vipul, how is this all going to happen from a business perspective? Prof is on one side saying that, scopes 1, 2, 3, and Dr. Raj is on your other side saying that in 1 year we're going to do this. So please tell us from a business point of view, how is this going to turn into reality? What's really the essential things that need to be inside?
Yeah. No, thank you, Francis, and it's really very insightful to listen to both of you. Just by way of background, it's always very humbling to hear the scale and extent and duration of what SIPCOT has been doing. At SEMCOP, we run a few industrial parks, not as large as what you're saying, about, I think, 16 or so of them for the last 30 years or so, primarily in Vietnam, and then a few in China and Indonesia. I think it's thanks, Francis, also for picking this particular topic for this discussion, because while, as you pointed out, there are many different potential frameworks, we do a large number of industrial parks from and we try to make each of them more sustainable, we try to make each of them cleaner, but net zero is very much a next level challenge. And that framework doesn't really exist if we put ourselves to the kind of standards that you, Professor Tai, you laid out, which comprehensively cover scope 1, 2, and 3. So with our background, and as you said, from a business perspective, maybe I'd like to underline 3 aspects that are probably quite important from our standpoint. The first is understanding the business case for net zero better. The second is putting in place enabling government policies and support. And the third is actually making the physical infrastructure, especially the energy and other utilities, happen on the ground. These are the 3 aspects. Maybe I spend a minute and elaborate on each of them. So the first, what do I mean by understanding the business case better? When we go from a sustainable or clean park to a net zero park, we're already talking about a very different level of energy usage across scope 1, 2, and 3. So let's say we take the standard queen bee type of approach where you bring in a big investor and then their entire ecosystem, their entire supply chain comes along that. A pretty standard way, we've all done it in many, excuse me, it's been very successful around the world. But in the case of us trying to be truly net zero, the business case and how that is going to get done for each of the target industries or tenants really needs to be thought through. So maybe if you take light manufacturing. In light manufacturing, and that example of Apple was very interesting. Let's say that is light manufacturing. Very interesting, very value-added, very complex light manufacturing, but light manufacturing. Excuse me. Where in that sort of a case, most of their scope 1 and scope 2 can be electrified. The moment you can electrify, you're already talking about renewables, and there, despite doing renewables, and let's say you do the kind of oversizing of renewables that you were talking about, even there, the true economics of using only renewables needs to be understood from the tenant's point of view. Particularly, for instance, the sun shines during the day, it doesn't shine at night. The wind blows in the evening and more in a few months and less in few other months. So how do you combine these with storage, whether it's pumped storage, hydro, or it's batteries or any other storage? And once you've combined all that and really done round-the-clock or almost round-the-clock renewables, what is the real cost of power? And how do you really deliver that? Which of the tenants can afford that? And which of the tenants will need either help or some support or some kind of transition plan to be able to afford it? And this is light manufacturing. As you go to heavier manufacturing, where steam requirements, heavy feedstock requirements, higher energy intensity or non-electrified requirements come in, excuse me, the planning becomes more complex because now you need to start thinking about biofuels, you need to start thinking about hydrogen. The moment you start to think of hydrogen, you want to start reconfiguring the very core manufacturing processes of these companies. And not just for them, scope 1, scope 2, but then if you start scope 3, that's a whole different chain. So the level of, I would say, strategizing, the level of planning really becomes very, very critical. If we are going to physically substitute the energy, that's one level of planning. But if we are going to do a substitution, let's say with environmental attributes, green credits, etc., especially as we go cross-border, then a whole different level of policy complexity comes in. And I'm very happy to see the way India and Singapore are working together to make some of those first cross-border environmental attributes a reality. So this first aspect really is better planning, better understanding of how will we really get to net zero. I think the second piece is this government support, transition support, incentives, etc., and what are the policies. And maybe there are 2-3 aspects I'll very quickly touch on this. I think one, almost any ecosystem you look at, whether it's electrified or it's clean fuels, at least to start with, will require some form of support. So we have to start thinking about where in the entire industrial policies of the relevant states will those support fit in, and how much can be afforded, and in what plan. Then the question is, okay, I'll give you some support, but then I'm not going to give you support forever. How do you transition over time? And particularly, I go back to scope 3. How do you make your scope 3 transition? Because you'll do it in the park, but what about the stuff that's coming from outside the park? How do you truly make at least the key areas of their consumption cleaned up? The other aspect of the incentives is the state governments typically can do a lot, but they can't solve the whole thing. If you're talking about support and incentives, the central government comes into the picture, whether it's customs duties, whether it's GST, whether it's other kind of income tax, etc., etc. So that's the other aspect. But perhaps, at least from Sembcorp's experience, perhaps the most important part of government incentives or government support is having a long-term collaborative mindset where the prize is seen not as the revenues from the park or the taxes from the park. The prize is seen as the economic activity that is created there and the multiplier of that economic activity, which was not there earlier. And I can tell you, especially as I mentioned, we have 14 of these parks in Vietnam. It's been a fabulous experience. In any business of this complexity, there will always be problems. But the question is, with what mindset do those problems get addressed and solved, and in a partnership mindset? And I think there's no better potential than Tamil Nadu, and with your experience to sort of do that. Third and final aspect is then actually making the power and the utilities finally happen on the ground. The whole aspect of, do you pre-invest utilities? If you pre-invest to make them scalable, who carries the cost of that utility while the tenants are coming? Particularly if you bring in private investment to pick up that. How do you actually, to get to that holy grail of net zero, how do you balance if if there's a certain demand and supply profile of energy in the park, how do you put in place a few tweaks that can allow balancing and optimization between tenants? If one guy, for instance, finishes his shift 2 hours earlier, the other guy takes his waste heat and puts it into the next guy, how do you make that happen? A framework to make that happen, an incentivization to happen, instead of each tenant simply saying, look, I'll do the best within my 4 walls. And so, a whole bunch of both renewable provision on site, optimization between tenants, and the flexibility and scalability aspects need to sort of fall in place as we put in this. Besides that, as you now start to think about finally about transitioning towards green hydrogen or green ammonia or whichever form of clean molecules you use, that is a whole different set of physical infrastructure, whole different set of safety systems, whole different set of pipeline systems. And so thinking through those and putting in place the economic framework to make those happen. So I'll just those are the 3 aspects: the business case, the government support and transitioning, and the physical infrastructure making that work.
Thank you, Vipul. And I'll say, that for sharing the experience of the company, I'll say, listening to Dr. Raj speak earlier about Sembcorp has been partnering business for 53 years already, and long experience with working with a long-term view. And if I heard you right, you have at least 20 parks that you're supposed to establish and 45,000 hectares, and that's a lot. But perhaps that also means that this is coming at the right time, that if we can get this right and get this framework in place, it will also help to make the other 19 that are to come also be much more sustainable, if not net zero. But ultimately, and now I want to turn to the final panelist, Mr. Krishna Chaitanya, everything takes money, yes? But maybe it's not really money, right? It's really about investment. And so TNI FMC, I think, and the CEO is in the best position to tell us. So all these grand dreams, right? Nothing's going to happen unless there are investments, maybe not only in the actual development, but also in the enabling infrastructure. So I would like to now give the floor to Mr. Chaitanya to share with us from the perspective and his experience, is this all going to work? Will there be investments coming in for something like this? Or is this really just a pipe dream? Krishna.
Thank you, Dr. Chong. I think this is a very tricky question, but I believe in all seriousness that this is definitely something which is going to happen, and this is what is ultimately the requirement. So just a small anecdote. In my earlier firm, I was working in Singapore, and we were having investments in various emerging markets. We had about 1.4 gigawatts of power plants, which we built largely on thermals and combined cycle. And we exited them. We made a good return. I mean, I can't really disclose some numbers here, but definitely a top quartile return. My investor was the UK government. We were managing the platform company of the UK government, the Commonwealth Development Corporation. And what they did was that they gave back the principal amount. The return was with them, and they gave us back that amount. And this returns that we made, a multiple of the investment, and more than a high teen and really high returns in terms of pound sterling in thermal and combined cycle plants. And then we decided that we are not going to do that. We are only going to do renewables. This was 2008. And everybody said that you have really abandoned a formula which worked, and something which really made a lot of money. And we persisted. I'm no longer with the firm, but today the firm is emerging markets' most successful renewable energy platforms. It manages the money that the UK government had given has now become less than 3% of the total corpus that it manages. It ended up raising more money. The anecdote is only to say that an idea like a net zero industrial park may sound challenging today. We feel, yes, there are challenges with respect to, there are constraints. Of course, it sounds challenging, it is challenging. But ultimately, what we have to understand is that the world requires this, because there is no, like Professor had informed, there's no planet B. We really need to go down that way. And the anecdote plus what we do. Now, just a little bit about what we do at TNIFMC. For us, we always believe in one thing. What is critical for us is values drive value. We end up investing in any investment. We have 4 thematic funds. The 4th one is still to be launched. 3 of them are active. The first one is a social impact fund where we construct, we do affordable housing, both rental as well as for sale. For sale component is small. In the rental affordable housing, we have perhaps one of the largest portfolio of working women's hostels. 18 places in Tamil Nadu, it is getting constructed. The largest of it was inaugurated just 3 days back on 4th in Tambaram, 462-bed working women's hostel. We funded it. The entire hostel is an IFC Edge green building. And we do whatever we really are talking about in terms of a net zero industrial park, we do in those hostels. And we have an industrial housing project which is to go all the way up to 34,000 beds, largely women, working women's hostel again, but for within the industrial park. And even there we mandate all the things that are required for a net zero industrial park, such as sewage treatment, such as solar, such as conservation of water, such as more efficient building design, and everything else. So all I'm trying to say is the money will definitely come in. Yes, it needs to be seeded. We need to have the patience. And from our perspective, any opportunity to invest in the net zero industrial park, we are more than willing to do, because we believe, again, based on experience, personal experience, as well as based on what we believe that the world is going towards, this will be not only a venture which will be successful, but also profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I believe in rewarding dear audience. You have stayed with us past 5 o'clock, and I'm sure some of you would have questions. So we do have some time constraints, but I'd like to beg my panel's indulgence to take a few questions. Okay, so who would like to ask the first question? Yes, miss. Please identify yourself, your organization, and keep the question concise. Thank you.
Hello, so I'm Fahira. I'm a part of IIT Madras Research Park. So the work that you're doing here to bring a industrial complex to renewables, we're already trying to establish that at the research park. So most of the points that you addressed here as to how do you tackle scope 2 emissions, what exactly do I do in terms of my technical storage systems, how do I balance it with solar, is something that we have worked on and we have published a report on how it can be done with a 34% cost savings and a return of investment within 5.5 years. So I just want to put it out there that we have published a report and we'd be very happy to work with you. So if interested, I'll be very happy to work with you. So the report is called Zero to Green, and it's been published with the Research Park and IGBC and CII. And also Sembcorp is a major contributor for our wind plants as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for sharing that. But did you have a question?
I just wanted to say that most of the points out there, we kind of have worked through it and we'd be very happy to see that happen across Tamil Nadu especially.
Wonderful. So, thank you. Next question.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Actually,
could you identify yourself, please?
My name is Dinadayalan. I am running a community farming project in southern districts and agri-tourism, nearly 300 acres in Kodaikanal and Koilpatti and Tirunelveli. I would like to, first time I'm saying that Infrastructure Fund Management Corporation. Really, I don't have much knowledge about that, but it is very interesting. Really, what is the type of infrastructure fund? Suppose the agri infrastructures and other things, are you helping, or only the metro cities only you do the work? This one. Yeah, can make it, yeah.
While we are called the Infrastructure Fund Management, NIF is also called Infrastructure Fund Infrastructure Fund, but they manage other thematic funds. Likewise, we don't yet have an infrastructure fund, but we do have 3 thematic funds. One is Social Impact Fund, which does the working women's hostels, the Affordable Housing Fund. The second one is a VC fund, and interestingly, we have done 2 agri-tech deals there. We have done 8 deals there in the last 9 months, and 2 of them are agri-tech. The third one is the Green Climate Fund, which straddles across the distinct sectors in terms of sustainability. So infrastructure fund is the one which we are going to launch. But otherwise, to answer your question, we've already done a few transactions, and we do transactions in the agri-tech space, both from our VC fund as well as from our Green Climate Fund.
Okay.
Happy to discuss offline.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And one thing that technology-wise I was asking this one. Now, today agriculture, for the fertility part, the soil part, grow bag is helping. The other side, water is a big problem. When there is no water, we understand there is a technology by which there is a machine available. It can take water, it can produce water from the atmospheric air. I just look about the technology or what is that happening. I was told that in Singapore and Japan, these 2 countries, they have developed this technology. If anyone knows about that, please throw light on it.
Okay, but maybe that's not quite for the panel.
Yeah.
We can take note of that question.
Thank you.
Is that another question? Yes, please, sir. Him first, and then you. I acknowledge you. Please go ahead.
Sorry, Dr. Senthil, in this joint effort...
Please identify yourself.
Yeah, I'm from Hindu Business Line newspaper. Just wanted to know about this net zero in this net zero industrial park. Are you also looking at any models in different countries? You know, I believe you're creating a framework for the India-specific thing. But have you also studied in net zero industrial park in other countries? Like, I don't know, I just wanted to know about Singapore, model also. If there's something like that, can you share some light on?
Yes. Last year, after the MOU with SIPO, we started working closely with SIPO. And a 15-member delegation from Industries Department have visited Singapore, they have visited Jurong Park, and conversations keep going. We keep learning from parks all over the world, from Vietnam, from Singapore, and we're trying to figure out and bring our own net zero industrial park. And as you know, if you can say, two most important developments which happened in the past decade, apart from COVID, in the industrial sector, I would say one is regarding IPCC framework 2018, which was submitted, and all over the world after this Paris Agreement, countries came together and thought about bringing down the emissions across the sectors. That is one thing. Second, technology development. As you know, earlier the solar panels are being imported. Right now, we have started producing on our own, like in Gangakondan Sipcot, in Pillaipakkam Sipcot. We do have industries which started producing solar panels. I'm not talking only about solar panels, but also, bringing the technology for TTRO plants, tertiary, treatment plants of water. That's why all over the world, the need for reducing the emissions and committing to the, international commitment of bringing down the global warming to less than 1.5 degrees centigrade to the pre-industrial level by 2030, all with technological improvement and development, we can bring down the cost. Cost efficiencies, which was not a case 10 years back before, but now it's a case. It can be done, and all over the world, many countries approved. So at this right moment, we need to seize the opportunity. That's why SIPCOT is aiming for. Thank you.
You said it will be ready in 1 year. The framework will be ready in 1 year, or the entire park will be ready?
I said the framework will be ready. Thanks.
I think
but
we
optimistic.
must.
That's why I'm.
Got it.
Thank you.
I mean, we will have to.
Professor wanted to add something.
Oh, okay, Prof.
Just very quickly to mention that Singapore is a very unique example. I think it's worth studying. We are small, of course. The advantage is that we can adopt a whole of country way of managing net zero roadmap. So there is a Singapore Green Plan that clearly maps out all the way to 2030. Now it seems that we even have to do it earlier. The other thing is at the government policy level, there is a control at every building level to gradually achieve super low energy. Not quite net zero, but I think it's again matter of time we'll get towards net zero. So you have this bookend effect of both the individual entity as well as the whole of country. I think that's something which, again, in this net zero industry park, we can learn from this.
Thank you. And I did promise I acknowledge you. Please, sir, go ahead.
I'm Karthikeyan. I run an AI startup called Veil, and we provide solutions for green tech and climate tech applications. So my question is, in this ambitious mission of making a net zero industrial park, how do you plan on leveraging startups and getting them to help in this process? How do we startups be a part of setting up this net zero industrial park?
I can make a quick start. I did a recent study on all the new technology that so-called new, it's like solar panel, EV, etc. They all were not started a few years ago. They were started decades ago. But it just wasn't right time, right place to develop it. But I think we no longer have the luxury of time, wait. So we need a lot of new innovations to go into helping us to achieve net zero. I think this is a golden era of startup.
No, I feel, the policy and framework has to be a matured one, where cases like, what our brother mentioned about the AI, as well as our sister mentioned about the study which has been already done. All these things has to be, can be accommodated in the framework, so that tomorrow when we are in the process of establishing a net zero industrial park, all these things can be brought in and add more value. And I'm sure this can be done. And as Mr. Krishna Chaitanya is already ready to fund us, so I can be sure of accommodating all these things. Thank you.
I suppose that for startups, I mean, the whole net zero industrial park in a way is, as you say, ambitious, but also an attempt to be visionary and to experiment, to try out things. And so perhaps a test bedding kind of approach to some of the ideas. The challenges, I think, are immense, but I think we also have people with lots of experience, not just SIPCOT, people who believe that values drive value, but also people like SEMCOP, companies like SEMCOP that actually has experience developing parks. So, okay, I saw quite a few other hands.
Hello.
Okay, but sorry. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Okay, I do have to keep time. So what I will do is, can I request, I'll take one round of the questions, and then when I call on you, please state your name, keep the question short, and then I'll have a final wrap-up for the panel. So, so I've seen you, but I also saw a hand at the back first. Yes, ma'am. Madam?
Can I actually have the mic? So
you already have the mic. Okay, you go ahead.
Right. So, Alexander, I'm a sustainability consultant, and I've been working on some of the private industrial parks in Tamil Nadu majorly, environmental compliance and all those things. So, as discussed in the panel, there's a framework that has to be established, but the framework takes some time, and it has to be iterations and improvisations. But my question is, at the industrial park level, so how do you measure this improvisations, like achieving the net zero? Like, what are the studies that usually being kind of, maybe Mr. Vipul or Professor Thaili can show some light on it? How do you measure the transition so that the results can be used to modify the framework and implement it further? So that's my question.
Okay, the modification of how do you measure, and then through the measurement, when we understand, it comes back and there's a feedback loop to improve the framework.
What kind of studies? And
okay, we'll take that question, but let me take the rest of the questions while our panel get to think about it. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Nirmala. I write for the Straits Times Singapore. I just wanted to know, has there been any interest from companies? I mean, this was announced last year. So have you had any interest from companies, and are you also looking at certain sectors? I know you're just doing the framework now, but are you looking at certain sectors in the industrial park?
Okay, any interest from companies in this? Well, there's one at least.
And is Tamil Nadu the only one doing this right now? Are there other states also doing it in India?
Okay, is Tamil Nadu the only one? Or any other states? Okay, and somebody else out here? Yes, sir.
So good evening. I am Sampath. I am from a CTO in a special economical zone called New Chennai Township Private Limited. This question is to Mr. Thai. So I want to understand this. You are just the presentation is excellent and it's very good. It's very comprehensive. My question to you is the scope on scope 2 is quite manageable. The scope 3, how it can be do only with the industrial park alone without a neighborhood support? Thank you.
Okay. How can we deal with scope 3 with just the industrial park alone without the support of the neighboring areas, the adjacent areas? Okay, good. Excellent question. Please, sir.
Hello, this is Kishore. Sorry, my tongue is little. So I am from Madurai. We are running a rice mill. So it's named RK Brothers Rice. So imagining in future, if I'm coming and opening a rice mill in India's first net zero industrial park, so how will our rice be processed? Because right now we are using around, on a daily basis, tons of wood to process rice. So how will it be eliminated? Thank you.
Oh, a rice mill for a net zero industrial park. That's a first tenant. So, okay. Last call. Yes. I think I recognize you.
I'm Abdul Rashid from SIPCOT. My question is to Mr. Vipul. See, in setting up the framework for net zero industrial park, the waste management is the key aspect, one of the major aspects. How to manage the hazardous waste, especially in chemical industries in Jurong Industrial Park in Singapore, and some of your parks in Vietnam, and some other industrial parks, something like Deep Sea in Vietnam. So how they are giving importance to handle this, especially the hazardous waste management. So but that is one of the major key aspects in achieving this net zero, right? So that I would like to throw some light on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, 5 great questions to the panel. First one, AI. So I think we did answer that. So any interest from companies already? And is it only Tamil Nadu so far?
No, with regard to establishing net zero industrial park, we do have shortlisted 3 parks, and the joint team has already visited. And to the industries where we will be liking to go for net zero industrial park, we'll start with light industries. As Mr. Vipul also mentioned, it's easier to do with light industries than to the heavy industries. I'm not denying the fact for heavy industries, but to start with, we will do for light industry like electrical component manufacturing or electrical vehicles. So these are the industrial parks where we will address to bring up net zero industrial park. And industries per se, we have not spoken to any industries, but we are mostly concentrating on bringing a park first. Thank you.
Yeah. And maybe I can answer a question about whether it's Tamil Nadu. As far as Singapore-India Partnership Office is concerned, it is only Tamil Nadu so far with this idea for a net zero industrial park. Of course, there are net zero business parks and more for the IT services and so on. But I think industrial park is something which is particularly relevant to Tamil Nadu, given the sizable manufacturing activities that take place in the state. Now, the next question was scope 3, so difficult. How would you do it without the adjacent support? And maybe I'll ask Prof to talk about it, because he did hint about district and something wider than just a park. Prof.
Yeah. So I've been involved in green building rating tools, and I've seen input out KPI, I've seen output KPI, I've seen outcome KPI. But in the last 2 years, in working with companies that seriously attempt to account for the 3 scope emissions, the resultant behavior is far better than all the other rating tools, even though none of them have actually managed to achieve net zero, simply because there's now transparency in scope 3. There's an attempt to understand scope 3 emissions and continue to find the gaps where scope 3 emissions are. So I can tell you that today there are no organizations that successfully accounted for all their scope 3 with total clarity. But you have to start. You don't start, you don't know where you're heading. So I think that's where the status is today. And I think your earlier question about we need to work with our neighborhood, it's way beyond neighborhood. It's a whole value chain. So it's not just a physical neighborhood, but a virtual neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. And now move to the question about the rice mill. So how would a rice mill operate in a net zero industrial park? And I think maybe that also answers the question that Namala had asked. So is there interest in company? I think that whichever sector it is, there'll be companies that are looking forward to the future and thinking also about consumers, right, that would want to be able to also play their part to support the efforts at mitigating carbon emissions. So have you had that? So does a rice mill have a place in a net zero industrial park?
No, obviously, every industry should have a place in net zero industrial park. And that's what we are aiming to move ahead. I won't say it will happen immediately, but we should adopt to new technologies. Sometimes, if any industry is using wooden logs for, combustion, they have to move at certain point of time towards, gas and then towards electrical boilers. And as I already mentioned, technology is the key to all these things. And as technology improves and more cost is coming down, we need to adopt more cleaner technologies so that, even a rice mill can use electrical boilers which will not burn more wooden logs, which will not do more emissions. So obviously it is doable. So our friend, keep our fingers crossed. Definitely you will have a place in Net Zero Industrial Park. Thank you.
Oh, that's a great promise. And
maybe if I could just add to that, I must confess I have no idea how a rice mill works or what happens in a rice mill. But I think this is actually, if you go back to the first point that I had made about planning, strategizing, he's saying as I start to use a different form of energy, or does it make me more efficient or less, higher cost, lower cost, and how do I make that work?
So I think before I come to the final question, I'll say the fact that today we are discussing a framework for a net zero industrial park is already sparking ideas of, so how does this apply to my company, right? And maybe, that is also the path to innovation, because if it seems so impossible and yet it's something that we want to achieve for the good of our planet, there's no planet B, then that might make the company become even more efficient and more innovative. And then back to your questions about scope 3, and in fact, the district or the industrial park may have possibilities to support a company to become more sustainable, even if the nature of the processes is such that it is very, very difficult, at least in the first iteration. So the park itself, because of the different synergies, might actually be able to be more supportive than if you did it alone. So now, Mr. Abdul Rashid, the final question, and maybe hazardous waste is a you have one more. Oh, sorry. Could you?
I was asking, I consult private industrial parks, some of the big ones in Tamil Nadu. My question was generally at a park level, of course, park level is a little tough, is what Mr. Tai...
How to measure?
Yeah, how to measure. So we need to understand what are the studies generally, because Mr. Vipul said there's a Vietnam park already been established, net zero park. Actually, I wanted to visit it last year, but I'll definitely do that this year, just to understand how it's functioned from a net zero point of view. But these are the private parks. They are also 40 acres, 50 acres, quite a big size. But when they establish some initiatives, but all are scope 1 level or all those stuff. But they transition to scope 3 level. So how do you measure that, and so that they can improvise ahead, all those things? So what kind of studies that usually you use that it has achieved the net zero status? That's my question. Yeah.
No, just to correct the understanding, we have not established any net zero park.
Okay.
In fact, what we are trying to do is really have the parks be more sustainable, which means move more and more towards renewable energy. That is the journey we are on. Regarding, of course, measurement is one of the most important things, especially as you go into not just power supply into the park, which is relatively easy to measure, but what is the actual consumption and emission at the individual tenant level. But if I may, Professor, may I defer to you if you have anything to share on this?
Well, I think if you look at where we get to today's climate change problem, starting from Industry Revolution to now, 100 over years, do you think that we can get to net zero in the next 5 years? Tough, right? So to me, I think net zero park, we probably should not fool ourselves to say that by a certain date and time, we will be net zero. It's really, really hard. I think we should actually, that's why the framework is so important, to provide a transparent roadmap for us to properly account for our actions and to be able to make adjustment to all these actions, because we know that we have failed to meet the emissions target. And this process got to keep repeating itself. For how long, I don't know. And we are looking for a bright shining star to make a brave start. And I think this could be it.
So I hope we make the start.
Just quickly, that net zero is always a carbon footprint, but what about the water that we save and waste that we reduce in the park and all those things?
It all has to be accounted for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, then maybe the last question on hazardous waste treatment. And so how do we deal with it for a net zero industrial park? I'm not sure about anyone want to try?
Since you addressed the question to me,
to you, yeah.
Not being an expert in this, in hazardous waste treatment, I though would like to share two learnings that we had from our various effluent treatment facilities in some of our, not in the parks themselves, but in our effluent treatment business. Two learnings to share. I think one is the value of centralized combined operations, and rather than each tenant trying to do it themselves. The same thing that applies for wastewater treatment or industrial effluent treatment applies more intensively for hazardous waste, because even sometimes you will have pH levels will cancel out each other, but then that centralized treatment needs to be set up in a way that the pre-treatment at individual tenants works properly, and there is enough digital sensing and digital measurement that you can anticipate surges or slugs that are coming into the final final treatment. So that's one side of it, the centralization. I think the second is really the role of the local, let's say, government, and whether that's done by a government corporation or a private corporation. It's some corporate entity doing that treatment. The support that that corporate entity is going to get from the full backing and power of the law is really crucial. Because there will, especially as you go to hazardous effluents, you will always have places where it is easier for the tenant to just let it go to the central facility than to treat it. It's always cheaper to let it go. And so you don't want just a corporate entity just dealing with that. That corporate entity has to be backed with the full force of the law behind them.
Thank you very much. And I'm afraid I have to draw this to a close. So what I got from this, dear audience and dear panelists, is that I started having this impression that this whole point about net zero industrial park framework is like this giant elephant. And we're seeing bits of it. We're seeing rice mill. We're seeing what happens in the surrounding areas. We're seeing waste effluent. And ultimately, we have to all make it cohere together. And the framework is intended to bring all these different elements together. And it also looks to me to be true that if we want to go fast, of course, we can do it, individual companies, and some would be able to do it, and others, rice mills, might struggle with it. But if we need to all get there together because we are all on the same planet, and there's no planet B. And so, SIPCOT, my partner here, Dr. Raj, and the plans that he has for Taman Nadu, I think, is a way an industrial park brings together many different players and many different stakeholders. And beyond the boundaries of the park, also the adjacent areas would also both play their role, but also hopefully be positively impacted by the industrial parks, as we have already discovered in the example with Foxconn. So thank you very much. You have stayed well beyond. I thank you for your lively participation. We look forward to further developments and to share with you. And please continue to ask your questions. Be critical, right? We don't have all the answers, but together we will find a way forward. So please join me in thanking my wonderful panel, Dr. Raj, Mr. Chaitanya, Mr. Vipul Tuli, and of course, Professor Thai. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chong, and thank you to all of our lovely audience for your active participation. And yeah, special credits to Dr. Chong for taking this session so eloquently. Can I have a round of applause for Dr. Chong as well? And thank you once again, our panelists, for sharing your knowledge and information. Let's continue this journey together towards building a future that harmonizes industry with environmental responsibility. So having said that, we have almost reached the end of our session. Before we conclude this session, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our panelists. So may I invite our panelists to the front of the stage to please come forward and receive a unique gift as a token of appreciation. To do that, let me invite Dr. Prabhakar, IAS. Please put your hands together for him. We have Dr. Prabhakar, IAS, sir, with us, who is handing over a unique gift as a token of appreciation. So presenting all of our panelists a distinctive memento that captures the spirit of our discussion and the rich cultural heritage of Tamil Nadu. We are honored to offer each panelist a symbol, a symbolic token of what you're seeing there is a Jallikattu bowl. May this memento serve as a meaningful reminder of a collective commitment to sustainable progress. Thank you so much for your wonderful participation, and once again, Nandrigal for taking some time out of your busy schedule and being here. All of our panelists, also Dr. Prabhakar IAS. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, should you have any other queries, please, take it offline. And you can, use this opportunity to network with all of our members over here. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we hope you found this session enriching. Also, what you're seeing on the screen is a QR code where you can scan this QR code and share your feedback. So please ensure that you do that before you leave for the day. Your feedback means a lot.